high humidity and with the warmth still in the air, the players not asking for a rest and playing at full tempo, it does tax.
Patrick Klimala coming back from an offside position. My sources tell me, by the way, that Patrick Klimala is unlikely to return to his Polish club at the end of the season. And surplus to requirements there. Opportunity for Sydney, perhaps, if they want him, of course, to get him full-time.
Unless his parent club has found another bidder. But I think Sydney would be pretty happy to keep him by the looks of things.
Loan market worked quite well in their favour last year. Fabio Gomez, of course, hit double figures, and you'd fancy that Klimala might do the same. It's very tight, that ball, but Segacic scrapping for it, and he's done well to earn the free kick.
I don't know how he dug that out. Segacic, Sainsbury was all over him. The ball managed to stick the ball in. Look at this work. Excellent work, and in the end McCalmont commits the foul. His first contribution off the bench, very well done, Adrian Segacic.
So Joe Lolly taking over free kick duties. See if those boots have mended their relationship with their owner. It towards the penalty spot, out by Qual and then further by Fejao, further still by De Lima. Back with Lolly. Senna punches it out towards Joel King, who'll swing in the cross. Qual at full stretch. Probably a bit relieved to see that one go behind for a corner. That could have flown in the top corner.
Well, he's defended with real gusto, throwing himself at this one and has no control at all where that's going. Look how quickly he glanced over his right shoulder to see where the deflection was going to head. The Cove awaits.
Work short, that's been the modus operandi. Sydney's corner kicks this evening, mainly. Cross is not bad. Joel King trying to climb above Storm Roux, not quite able to do so. Caltac protects it behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, excellent header defensively from Storm Roux. That was delivery from centre into the penalty area, which looked like it had a bit of a chance for Sydney. Really, really good work from Storm Roux. Corey Holman can't secure possession.
Grant missed the header, which means Zach de Jesus had to make his. This game really balanced on a knife edge. Lolly asking the question, Trent Sainsbury, and Sainsbury had the answer. Still sprightly enough at 32, Trent Sainsbury. Shaping for the cross and then thought better of it. Senna. Lolly. Patient from Sydney. Caceres. Senna creeping cross fields. Back through Holman. Now the switch for Joel King. Quite bring the ball under his spell first time around, so Sydney have to start again. Senna trying to get clear of Qual. And drawing that contact. Another free kick, Sydney.
The tension was too close, and then landing on the ball doesn't exactly tickle.
Yeah, knocked the wind out of him.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
In the battle between ball and diaphragm, ball normally wins.
Couple of deep breaths from Leo Senna, back down on the haunches. His determination as this set-piece situation for Sydney. Again, Joe Lolly standing by to deliver it. It's too close. Patrick Klimala claiming that he'd been impeded. Really, he was the only one that seemed to look towards the referee. Mariners just pinned in for the moment. Lolly. Spun off the boot of Kaltak, and then after that Storm Roux as well. And there's going to be a change here for the Mariners. Bailey Brantman to come on in place of Christian Theoharis. And let's quickly go down to Daniel Garb again on the subject of Trent Sainsbury, Garby.
Yeah, Simon, well, I know you said in the first half that he's not someone who should be discounted in terms of future Socceroos selection. You might remember, as much as anyone, the World Cup in Qatar, he was there cheering on Australia for every game. He was playing in Qatar at the time. He said straight out, I'm going to do everything in my power to try and put myself back in the Socceroos windows. That it hurt him so much to watch Australia in a World Cup from the sidelines, he couldn't bear it. So he might be a long shot, but he's looking very good tonight. The Socceroos coach is watching on, and he's not someone, considering his record, that you can discount.
Absolutely. Thanks, Garby. On his last cap in 2022. Of 61, there's Tony Popovic. He's replaced the black book with the black phone. Probably scrolling through social media at the moment.
That's right up his alley.
You reckon? Lolly. Caceres being tracked by Steele. Senna darting away from Feijão. King. Sydney have had plenty of ball in these sorts of situations. As yet not quite been able to unlock the door. They won't do on that occasion either.
Yeah, deflected cross from Joel King. It's you referred to the Mariners being pinned in. It's partly that, but they're happy to sit in as well. And the longer it goes, frustrating Sydney, the more it looks like the Mariners, in trying to conserve some energy as well, are pretty happy to try and hit Sydney on the break as they push forward in numbers.
Got to be careful not to give the ball away here, though. Caceres squares it up. Segacic, big chance, and he's blown it by quite some distance as well.
Yeah, never looked comfortable. Again, Sydney have won, I'd say, more than their share of possession from the Mariners inside the Mariners' defensive third. And this was put on beautifully. But never looked likely. Totally mishit a great chance, which would have scuppered the Mariners, of course, if he gets that on target. But as things remain, it's poised nicely. And you'd reckon the Mariners as Sydney pushed forward, would back Alu Kuol in open space against the Sydney defence, whoever happens to be there at any given moment.
To your point, of course, all depending on whether he's got enough gas in the tank to do so. Given the conditions, it's Arthur De Lima chasing this one, but Devon Ishmere's out to play sweeper keeper, and the return ball towards Grant from Matthews was left a little too short. A few Sydney FC hearts in mouths at that particular moment. Joel King slipping on takeoff. Given away by Caltac. Really scruffy passage of play. Sorted out by Klimala. Here's Joe Lolly into the box. Held up brilliantly by Brian Caltac. And then given away. Again, to your point, Harps, did all the hard work.
Yeah, uncharacteristic. Although we've seen more of it in recent weeks than we've seen in the preceding seasons from Caltac, but importantly for his team, he's been the last man doing the last man's job well.
Well, Ufuk Talay is incensed that his team has not got the throw in there, and that shows you just how tight this game is and how difficult Sydney FC have found creating chances in this second half.
Yeah, and I think that last little passage, that sequence of turnovers, says a lot. Here's a yellow card for Ufuk Talay.
Yeah, he was pretty strong in his protests.
Yeah, just you know, the players are just lacking that little bit of freshness at the moment.
I don't think the card has calmed him down either. A few choice words for Sam Kelly, the fourth official. A mistake by De Lima could open the door for Sydney. De Lima has stayed down, by the way, as Joe Lolly receives possession from Zach de Jesus. Behind them is Anthony Caceres. De Lima back to his feet now and back in his defensive shape. Seemingly struggling. Is it just cramped with De Lima?
Yeah,
Might be the case.
Yeah, I think that looks like it to me. I expect there to be a sequence of players going down with cramp, given the taxing conditions.
Well, Sabit Noor going through some last-minute instructions with Danny Vukovic, part of the coaching staff now, of course, after being a part of that famous treble-winning team. And Will Wilson also being readied by Mark Jackson's assistant, Danny Schofield. So it could be a double change coming up for the Central Coast Mariners. Arthur De Lima's had the pickle juice. Whether it will do any good, once cramp sets in, it can be hard to shake off. So those two changes are ready for the Mariners. Vitor Feijão is one of those to make way. Sabit Noor, his replacement.
Substitution for the Central Coast Mariners, replacing number 35, Arthur De Lima, is number 28, William Wilson. And replacing number 11, Vitor Feijão, is number 17.
And Arthur De Lima's starting debut is over. Not quite as spectacular as his A-League bout against Brisbane last week, but he's done his job. And Will Wilson is his replacement. Towards Kuol. Sabit Noor eager to get among the action. It's a very intelligent ball by De Jesus, under pressure too. Segicic. King across the defensive line for Ryan Grant. Senna. Caceres. On to with Joe Lolly. And threaded through beautifully is Adrian Segacic. Scores! Well, he fluffed his lines a few minutes ago, the substitutes, but not this time. And in front of the Cove, Sydney lead for the second time this evening.
Well, the first effort on goal with his favourite left foot was poor. His second effort on goal with his least favourite right foot on the Harvey Norman replay was the end of some beautiful football. Very patient from Sydney. But Caceres measuring the pass, the timing of the pass, the weight of the pass, feeding the timing of the run on the angle from Segacic. It's just delightful from Sydney. They've been made to wait for it. They've been very patient. And the Mariners' resistance has been broken.
Adrian Segacic's third goal of the season. His previous two came in the same game against Western United. And the Mariners have cracked after absorbing, well, I was going to say pressure, but it's more sort of territorial domination that Sydney have had in the second half. But that slick bit of interplay leading to the very cool finish from Adrian Segacic.
And Caceres setting it up. He's one of the players who, irrespective of how heavy the conditions may be, he doesn't take a break. I mean, he's got incredible endurance. Now, he's not the only one. That's a foul by Klimala on Sainsbury. But rarely do you see Caceres dulled physically. Some players have just pared things back a little bit to manage their energy levels in these conditions. They'll play in worse, of course, but they're still difficult. But Caceres just powers. It's a beautiful bit of football from him.
He's been a bit of a go-to man, hasn't he, for Sydney in recent weeks? Goal and assist to rescue a point against the Jets away from home. Just when Sydney needed a bit of inspiration, they found it. And another little note, no doubt, goes in the book of Tony Popovic. And the Mariners come from behind a second time. Up in the deep here by Klimala. Segacic just waiting for the ball to come onto him. It was a biting challenge from Sainsbury. He's incredulous at the yellow card that's waved in his direction. The replay will be instructive as to whether he's right or wrong.
Well, I think once the ref decided this is a foul, he's got to give the yellow card. I'm not sure it's a foul, though. Perhaps slightly from behind. I'm not 100% sure.
And maybe because the foot is turned up a little bit as well.
Maybe. Look, all I know is, I presume to speak on behalf of most footballers, if they make a tackle like that, slide in on a greasy surface, otherwise clean, you think you've done a fair job. Now, whether the refs agree or not, of course, is another matter. But I reckon most footballers watching that will think, well, if I got a yellow card for that, I'd be pretty miffed as well.
Mariners just edging in front in the foul count. Just the second yellow card of the game. And Swahim with the first, who's since departed. Booming kick forward from Dylan Parach-Cullen, but Devon Ishmears had time. Sent forward by Matthews. Sainsbury wins that one fairly this time, ahead of Segacic. Roux off the heel of Bratman. Nodded on in the direction of Wilson by Bailey Brampton, and the Mariners have a throw.
Just might have heard Ufuk Talay on the effects mic there. Once or twice now, and that last time the ball came over to Corey Holman, he bounced it first time with his head, and the expectation, to my ears at least, very clearly from the coach, was for he, as the defensive linchpin midfielders, to control the ball and start play again, not just put it back into doubt.
Caltac had to have a little look over the shoulder just to see where Caceres was. Wilson. Calmont not able to control it. Sydney are back in control.
Well, they're putting in a big effort at the moment, Sydney, 2-1 up, to increase the pressure in the midfield exchanges. It can be a high wire act at time. Joel King went in to win the ball, couldn't, and the Mariners might have been away.
It's a crucial intervention as well from Holman, and a good ball over the top for Segicic, who was trying to square it up for Klimala. Not quite.
Yeah, it was an unselfish play from Segicic, but a dropping ball on that left foot. He could have backed himself.
Here's Sabit Noor for the Mariners. Docker. Cross for Will Wilson. Yeah, Storm Ruin supports. He'll hang the cross up, and it was a good one too. Similar to the one that he put in against Brisbane last week, which Harrison Steele pouched, but not on that occasion for Alu Kuol.
Well, for all his heavy industry, it's Alu Kuol's only his second-sided goal. The first, you'll remember, at the near post in the first half. Devon Ishmael's just put a right palm to the ground and might have teed the ball up for another Mariner. And that one just then from Alu Kuol, who scored two good headers, or two good goals against Sydney when they beat the Sky Blues in Gosford.
Cole Docker's got himself in a bit of a mess, but Lolly seeking out Klimala. Quite able to do so.
He won the ball, Joe Lolly, well, and the run was on, but it was a tired pass.
Edging towards the last 10 minutes at Allianz. Still a game to come tonight, of course, Perth and Auckland. And then one game tomorrow with the Newcastle Jets hosting MacArthur. Steele dallied too long. Lolly. Caceres suddenly aware of the presence of Sabit Noor. Holman. Back towards Ryan Grant, who just about managed to make the pass before he was unceremoniously dumped on the turf by Alu Kuol, who's going to get the evening's third yellow card.
Well, quite rightly, the Mariner striker has nowhere to go with that one. It's a clear yellow card. Did the very best he could to put Ryan Grant under pressure.
So a change for Sydney FC. Patrick Klimala, who got his goal in the first half. And unfortunately, the last touch on the equaliser from Harrison Steele's shot. There's the one he wants to remember. And the one he doesn't. Patrick Wood is replacement in the week when, once again, the name of Perth Glory has come up in conversations with regards to the future of Patrick Woods. Speculation there might be a loan move west for him. If you remember, a couple of years ago, he very nearly joined the Glory. Whether there's truth to those rumours, no doubt we'll find out in the coming days and weeks. In the meantime, he's got a job to do for Sydney. Matthews. King. Ryan Grant. Sent along by Matthews, and a bit of a miscue from Sainsbury. Segacic trying to barrel his way through. Still might break here for Wood. It's very clever by Patrick Wood, and Segacic has a double at Allianz Stadium for the second time this season, and have the Mariners been put to sleep.
Well, it's a really delightful finish from Segacic. It's great work from Patrick Wood. And if this passes the offside test on the Harvey Norman replay, enjoy the finish whilst they work out whether Patrick Wood came from an offside position, if the touch to him was from Segacic. Thereafter, this is a great interplay between the two Sydney youngsters. Kaltak.
Yeah, that's off Kaltak.
Thought he had it. Instinctive from Patrick Wood, straight off the bench. This is great awareness, lovely work. And Segacic matches the pass with a delectable chip over the keeper.
Well, VAR will do the checks, no doubt. Adrian Segacic off to celebrate. Goal number 5 in the competition. For this particular campaign, and another error uncharacteristically by Brian Kaltak. Goal stands as we thought it might, because the ball to Woods was off Kaltak.
Oh, 6 goals at home in a week for Sydney.
It's the 4th home game in a row. They've scored 3 times as well. There's no problem scoring goals. Still maybe a few issues to iron out at the other end. Well, is there a way back now for the Central Coast?
Well, if there is anything in the Perth Glory chat, Simon, then David Drillage will be licking his lips after that work from Paddy Wood, who is getting to a stage and an age where he needs to get some regular football.
Yes. And with Klimala scoring goals, he's probably unlikely to get it, at least for the moment, at Sydney. So maybe it's best for all parties concerned. Anyway, we'll see how that plays out. Jesus, Lolly, Caceres. Space opens up a little bit for Anthony Caceres. Shrugs off Sabik Noor. Lovely ball with the outside of the boot. And the shot beaten away with the foot of Dylan Price. Cullen to deny Patrick Wood.
Well, with the Socceroos boss in the house, there's nothing that Caceres is doing which is hurting his chances for the March matches. He's been in great form again this season, but just almost impossible to dispossess. And even from those pressurised situations, he found that beautiful pass then for Patrick Wood, whose shot was vigorous and on target.
Really harps the 2 subs along with Caceres have been the difference.
Yeah, and credit then on that basis to Coach Talle. He has come in with a little bit of criticism from Sydney fans for the inconsistent form, but Segacic blitzing the player index off the bench and to the top of the pops.
Trent Sainsbury in second. Sarah's work good enough for third. Mistake by Brian Kaltak. Woods cross seen out for now by Roux. Brantman can't control it.
And at 3-1, just the Mariners are starting to come apart a little bit.
Sydney starting to string the passes together. De Jesus.
At this point, there's no signs of a Western United style comeback. Congratulations to them, by the way.
What a great game that was last night.
Magnificent football. And is it 2 in the last 3? At least 2 in the last 4 that Western United have turned around a deficit in stoppage time to win quite brilliantly. Good on you, Johnny A, and your team. Unfortunate for the victory, of course. They played some superb football themselves last night. It was a great game.
Well, maybe the Mariners can take some heart from that. They need 2 late goals at the very least to take something from tonight's encounter. Hayne Eames is being readied as late change for Mark Jackson. Mariners travel to face Western Sydney Wanderers next, and then it's Wellington away and Western United away. Error by Sainsbury. Some very tired looking players on the fields. Not so Joe Lolly, who's leading the Mariners a merry dance at the moment. Wilson. He should still be full of energy. Matthews tried to block him off. Holman will try and do likewise. Wilson's done really well. Ryan Grant to the near post, out for Sydney.
And mind you, Wilson did well, Grant did well, Corey Holman did exceptionally. Not known as a speedster, Corey Holman, but he has been ploughing away in the centre of this field for nearly 90 minutes. And somehow he found something in the tank to chase down the fresh and not too sluggish Will Wilson. It's a great effort from Corey Holman.
Stabbed forward by Holman, but not accurately enough for Adrian Segacic, who of course is now probably thinking, well, could get a hat-trick here. He's collected by McCalmont. To be fair to the Northern Irishman, I don't think he saw Segacic coming.
No, he's put in a good shift again, McCalmont. He never asked for any favours.
Well, Joe Lolly's going to get another standing ovation. No goal for him tonight, as he takes his leave to be replaced by Thiago Quintal. And Jaden Kucharski's going to come on for Leo Senna. Hayne Eames, a replacement for Alu Kuol as well for the Mariners. Good again tonight, Joe Lolly. Secondary assist, I suppose you could call it, for the first goal. One of Sydney FC's promising youngsters, Thiago Quintal, on for the 8th time this season off the bench. One of the Mariners' promising youngsters, Hayne Eames, who's on the ball now, getting another chance to show us what he can do. We're into the first of 5 minutes of injury time. Looks a tall order for Mark Jackson's team. Just really created, I guess, that one chance, the Mariners' second half. Alu Kuol's header from Storm Roos cross. Can't remember too many other occasions.
No, not much. And coughing up too much possession out of defence. Really, they put themselves under a lot of pressure too many times. And maybe that, coupled obviously with the quality that Sydney have when the time's right, has been too much for them. Caceres imperious in midfield, really and truly.
Offside flag against Sydney FC. won't be a particularly happy drive back up the motorway to the central coast of New South Wales. For those Mariners fans who came in good numbers tonight. Could they get some late joy here? Storm Roos cross. Away by Ryan Grant, tied it up by Segicic. And here's Caceres. Oh, little slip by Anthony Caceres. Could open the door here for Will Wilson. Steele. Couldn't hit the target. Even Anthony Caceres maybe feeling the conditions late on.
Well, I'd be surprised if there's a player who's not feeling it.
Perth Glory in Auckland to come on the back of tonight's encounter. Watched, by the way, as we've just been told via the big screen, by all the ones, 11,111. But not necessarily a completely binary crowd. They've provided plenty of noise. Caceres popping it over the top for Jaden Kucharski. Segicic, and he's going to go for it. Oh, hat-trick! What a fantastic goal from Adrian Segicic. What a fantastic substitution he was by Ufuk Talay. A first senior hat-trick for Adrian Segicic, and that one the pick of the bunch. What a hit!
Well, who'd have thought, with his first chance at goal so badly miss-hit with that left foot, he now completes his hat-trick on the Harvey Norman replay with a beauty. He used his body magnificently to secure possession. He turned tight away from the tackling defender, and then he just fires it home. The very good young goalkeeper, Dylan Paraj-Cullen, can only dive and stretch. But Segicic completes the hat-trick off the bench.
Well, back-to-back hat-tricks for Ufuk Talay's team. Joe Lolly here on Wednesday, and Adrian Segicic tonight. I wonder if that's been done before in Sydney FC history. I'm sure people will tell us. He also picked up a yellow card, I can tell you, for taking the jersey off. I'm sure he won't mind that. And with virtually the last attacking action of the game, we're into the 6th minute of stoppage time now. Check of the watch from Daniel Elder. And in the end, the Mariners have been well beaten.
Disappointing fade from the defending champions.
There we go, 2 home wins in a week for Sydney, 2 hat-tricks as well. Joe Lolly on Wednesday, Adrian Segicic tonight. Back-to-back wins for the first time this season for the Sky Blues. Sydney FC are on the move into the top 6 and perhaps starting to unlock the undoubted potential in this team. The Mariners, for whom Harrison Steele did at least get on the score sheets, fall to their first away defeat of the campaign, and they will stay on the periphery of the finals race. They'll be back in Sydney in a few days' time to face the Western Sydney Wanderers. Sydney go to Wellington on Wednesday in good heart. 6 points out of 6 from 2 home games and up to 5th on the ladder. Full time at Allianz. Sydney FC 4, Central Coast Mariners 1.
arms of Ollie Sale. No Auckland players close enough to chase it up.
Just the one clean sheet this season for Ollie Sale. Coming in the 0-0 draw back in November against Central Coast Mariners. Strong header by Sakai. Smith, an awkward ball back for Paulson. Calmly deals with it. The bib for Pennington. Eventually goes all the way back to the keeper. Here's Osler for the Glory. Tries to clip the cross in, but can't get past Francis de Vries. I mentioned the late night Perth show. If you are managing to catch this game from New Zealand, well, we're into tomorrow morning. This one's knotted on. Awkward for Peinecker. Eventually Smith and de Vries step in. It's hooked away. There are a couple of venues in Auckland that are staying open into the wee small hours. Full-time bar in Kingsland, Right Track, Fort Street, Munster Inn, Queen Street. Good evening or good morning to you.
Until you consider the players who are used to that time zone. But they've travelled here nice and early to adjust, Robbie.
Yeah, spent 8 hours in the air getting across from Auckland. The layover in Melbourne. Travelling on Wednesday. Giving themselves every opportunity to acclimatise to the time as well as the heat. About every A-League club has tried all the tricks in the book for this Perth away trip.
Well, just the last few minutes, we've seen a really positive high press from the Glory, putting Auckland's defensive shape under a bit of pressure. On a couple of occasions, they have managed to steal the ball back. This neatly done by Auckland, though.
Brimmer tries to slide it forward for Mai. Moreno goes down on the edge of the box. And that's neatly done. Finds Moreno in space, a low cross. Tommy Murchula. It's been an excellent pickup for the Glory. Maybe on the other side of 30, but performances so far certainly solidified what was a very shaky defence. Sakai and Moreno, close quarters, the right-hand side. Now Taggart is able to find the outlet. Pennington has been in the thick of things inside the first 20 minutes. And it's neatly done by de Vries.
Yeah, clever defending there from de Vries. They're just the moments Perth are looking to break early, and again, it's Pennington involved in the release pass.
Sakai with the foul. He's always very apologetic when he commits fouls, Hiroki Sakai. probably helps keeping him out of the referee's notebook. Smith, and Sakai as well wins the throw-in. Well, this is the last of the 4 games today. Started earlier on at the Cake Tin in Wellington. Adelaide United getting a very good road win, 2-1 over the Knicks. Sale comes out well outside of his box to clear. Melbourne City defeating Brisbane Roar 1-0. A strong challenge from Risdon. He's an Auckland player down in a heap, but Gillian is in space and he's got plenty of speed. Bumped off by Labib, who concedes the corner, but that's a great recovery from the big central defender.
Well, first the turn of pace from Gillian. This challenge fairly agricultural coming through from Josh Risdon. Play moved on though, and we just see that turn of speed from Gillian, but the defensive effort from Adriano Labib to get back to match him step for step, and well, the young defender has really established himself at the back for Perth.
First corner from left-hand side. Another in-swinger, this time from Nader Moreno. Goes deep, in fact too deep for Mai. One goes out harmlessly for a goal kick.
Well, a little disappointing with that delivery. Just getting up and under, no real wind to be seen out at HBF Park tonight, but it is a warm evening, mid-20s.
By Strata in the midfield as Risdon hooks this one up the line. Perth will get the throw. This is certainly one of the toughest away trips in the league. A few questions raised by non-Auckland fans, just how well this team will do away from their home base and the port and everything that they've done so far this season to help the team. Brilliant atmosphere at Go Media Stadium in Auckland as well. There are plenty of Kiwis everywhere you go. Not sure how many have made their way to HBF tonight.
Well, one of them found their way into the commentary box tonight, Robbie, and it's not me.
There's that bus coming. Thanks, Grace.
But we've said it time and time again, it's been an excellent start to the existence in the league for Auckland FC. They're doing so many things right in the way the club's been run. It's been a real pleasure, Kiwi or otherwise, New Zealand fan or otherwise, to watch.
Lovely diagonal ball. Gillian brings it under control. Is able to get the shot away.
That's really smart defending by Labib once again, and Gillian looking threatening down that left-hand side for Auckland, but just watch the body shape of Labib. Doesn't actually make the challenge, just puts enough pressure to push Gillian wide and closes down the angle of the shot. Ollie Sale had that near post covered. It's going to be a nice battle. It's built up really well over the opening 25 minutes.
Liam Gillian has impressed this season down this left-hand side for Auckland FC. Likewise, Adriano Labib, quite rightly mentioned, a couple of early get-togethers of the two. Taggart. And Pearman, this could fall for Carluccio. He was looking for the return to Taggart. It's Merchula. Oh, somehow rides May to the ground. Mai, that is, and wins possession back. Merchula for Taggart. And Heineke can't keep that from going over the byline for a corner.
Tommy Merchula's gone on a little adventure there, found himself further up the field and was looking to try and play.
For Risdon, just over his head. Pennington picking up the crumbs, can't link up with Risdon.
A little hand of apology from Pennington. Just that touch escaped his stride and the resulting toe poke forward had a little too much on it.
Pennington, of course, former Wellington Phoenix player. Started tonight very well in the heart of the Glory midfield. Nicely done by Verstraete over the top of Merchula. Finds Gillian. There's De Vries on the overlap. Gillian heads back inside. And Verstraete tries an awkward first-time volley off the left boot.
Tight spaces there for Auckland. I like what they're trying to do. Pass from Gillian Mai presenting really well. Quite a bit of traffic to work through. Difficult to get a clean shot away in those spaces.
Shed in full voice, as they have been all season. To their credit, hasn't been easy. They do keep turning up. Still goalless as we approach the half-hour mark. It's just the 6 shots at goal across both teams. Only the one on target. Is that save by Ollie Sale from shot by Guillermo Mai. Auckland dominating possession count. Sakai brings this back under control for Smith to knock it long. Agos battling away, but Carluccio wins it back. First time shot from Pearman! Rifles it past Alex Paulson, and this time it is the Glory in front. What a strike by Jalen Pearman. And he opens his A-League account in style.
Well, that is a special moment on the Harvey Norman replay for Jalen Pearman. An unwavering finish as he floated really nicely to the top of the 18-yard box. The good no-look pass from Carluccio, and in comes Pearman. It's a thumping finish. He had a bit to do behind it. The ball was bobbling, but beautiful technique. Meets it cleanly, gets a whole good piece of that strike. And that is a lovely finish.
There's no goalkeeper in the world that would have stopped that. Just 3 games into his professional career, and he has his first A-League goal. And that will certainly be one for the highlights reel.
Well, I tell you what, there's a different smile that comes with the first A-League goal, and it's on the face of Jalen Pearman.
Credit the work of Jared Carluccio as well. Picked up the loose ball, was able to fashion some space for himself and then laid it on a plate for Pearman. He told his skipper, Adam Taggart, get out of the way, this is mine. Brilliant shot. And that will certainly lift the confidence of the Glory and the fans and David Drilic.
Well, you want to make sure you finish like that if you are moving your captain out of the way. He made absolutely no mistake. Jalen Pearman and Carluccio, he's toiled really hard this opening 30 minutes. We know he had the goal scratched off for offside, but has looked really energetic, everything going forward for the Glory.
Perth local, Jalen Pearman. His last senior goal came back in the NPL early May. Scored in a 2-1 loss for Perth Glory Academy against Fremantle City. Hasn't happened too many times this season, but Auckland FC find themselves trailing. Springer wins the free kick here.
Well, just twice across the course of the season, Auckland have conceded first. Not many games that is, but of those two, one draw, one loss, haven't been able to win when going down. It's a shift in mentality.
One back in midfield again. Just done by Gamulka. Now Risdon. Ostler tries to thread the needle. It's neatly done. Pearman finds Gamulka. Can he get around Peinecker? And the big Kiwi defender recovers well, turns it behind for a corner.
Yeah, Peinecker's done brilliantly there. Gamulka looked like he was away for all money, but the recovery here of Peinecker just to get his body across, that last little reaching effort, that is crucial.
Gamulka to deliver again from the corner. Cleared off the 6-yard line, headed back into the mix, and Labib was there. Not sure if he was offside. He was in space. Was not far off the mark as Gallegos is down again.
Well, you can see on the replay there, Gallegos was absolutely cleaned up by Labib. Heavy knock to the side of the head. Good to see he's back to his feet.
Chilean Felipe Gallegos is on the end of a meaty Risdon tackle earlier in the half. As NFC looks to play out from the back. Mai pushed off the ball but retained possession.
Something Auckland have been able to do well on a few occasions, finding that really direct straight pass up the middle. For a lot of teams it's a dangerous ball, but the protection of the first touch we're seeing play out here in real time. It's been effective for the side so far.
And a foul by Risdon, this time on Liam Gillian. Mentioned Auckland going behind. On the flip side of things, Perth Glory going in front. It's how they respond to that as well. Rare occasions that has happened. We've seen a tendency for the Glory to kind of sit back rather than continue to take the game on. It's certainly something that David Drilic is working on and wants to change. bouncing ball for Pinecker. Minutes plus change remaining in the half. It's been fairly free-flowing. Not too many stoppages of note. Here is Gillian. Now De Vries. A trusty left boot swings it to the back post, and not much Lizalajski could have done there. Has to turn it behind.
We heard a couple of shouts of leave it to Lizalajski. Obviously, the message wasn't received as he nods it out for a corner.
It's almost become a trademark this season for Francis De Vries. Just know that delivery is going to be absolutely on points. He wanders across to take the corner. Good ball into the 6, nodded away by Merchela. De Vries again, takes on Gamulka, this time off the right, lifts it in. Actually, it bounced off Mai's chest. Somewhat put off by Lizalajski. There'll be another corner for Auckland. Moreno delivers, and that sails over the crossbar once again. Well, for all the good work by De Vries on the set piece so far, Moreno hasn't quite hit the mark. A couple of corners from this near side that haven't found the target.
Moreno still getting his dial in. Just adjusting maybe to the different side of the time zone.
Play in the middle of the park. Now Auckland still dominating that possession count. Merchela ships this one over the sideline. Just the one game remaining in round 13 coming up tomorrow. From McDonald Jones Stadium, Newcastle Jets take on Macarthur FC. And interestingly of note, if Macarthur do manage to get up, that would knock Melbourne Victory out of the top 6.
Such a tight ladder at the moment, particularly that top 6, the race to the finish. Still plenty of football to play yet, but it's so congested through the middle of the ladder, which is really healthy for the league.
Speaking of congested, Perth Glory sending numbers forward. In danger of potentially getting caught out. Tommy Smith goes down under the challenge of Taggart. And the Glory captain not too happy with that. Perhaps on the softer side.
Now, on first glance, I thought that was really good use of the body by Taggart. Shoulder to shoulder, Tommy Smith goes down a little easily.
Comes flying forward. It's Guillermo Mai, 26-year-old Uruguayan, joined from Newell's Old Boys in Argentina. Mentioned earlier, 3 goals on the season so far, equal top scorer for Auckland FC. His career best return in a league season is actually only 6, so he's already halfway there. It was a couple of seasons ago Uruguayan apertura for Danubio. Here's Gillian. Verstrata opens the play up for Sakai. Verstrata again. Time to measure the cross, but doesn't quite hit the connection. Once belted away upfield. To their credit, the Glory have been very organised without the ball. Too many clear-cut chances for Auckland FC so far. There's Verstrata to take on Pennington. Eventually wins the throw. Now Brimmer receiving a little bit deeper. Forward for Mai. And eventually gets squeezed out. Glory win the free kick.
The ball that cut through the Glory defence was excellent from Auckland. Mai did really well to receive under tight pressure. Just upending Josh Risdon on that occasion. And Perth won't be in any hurry here. Just wanting to see out the last few minutes into half-time. Control the tempo of the game, and for David Village's side to take a narrow but positive 1-0 lead into the sheds at half-time would be a great position.
Taggart goes down in a heap as Peinecker came through the back. So the Glory closing out the half quite strongly. Free kick in a good position. They go short. Gamulka for Pennington lifts it into the box. Nodded away by Smith. And Smith again, this time cops a boot to the head. Accidental from Tommy Murchela. He's blindsided by former all-white captain. He didn't see him.
Yeah, those one's always a bit scrappy. Murchela really quick to apologise, but no doubt about it. High boot towards the face of Tommy Smith, and might have just clipped him. Yeah, that's sore.
Will be, in fact, a yellow card to Tommy Murchela. So the second name to Nathan Shakespeare's notebook. Joins Jared Carluccio. Forward by Smith. Brimmer brings it down. Strata stretches to keep possession. As Risdon takes over. He's able to link up with Osler, but Gillian gets back well. Peinecker can only clear it into space. Risdon bouncing cross to the near post. Peinecker, in fact, Smith comes across. Risdon again links up with Pearman. Shut down quickly this time. Now Carluccio in space. Low cross on the face, and coming through, Paulson on Osler. And then the follow-up shot by Nico Pennington comes off a defender, and somehow score has only remained 1-0.
Well, again, Carluccio's worked really well to create an opportunity for his side, and these are those moments where players desperately trying to get their boot to the ball first. It was Osler on the first time, Pennington coming through with a challenge on the second.
Gamulka with the corner. Smith clears. Pearman back into the box. Smith again is there. Gamulka to the back post. Taggart coming through. The Glory smelling blood here. Lebib, first time cross, dealt with by De Vries. We approach the end of the first minute of 2 in referee's time. And this will be tough for Risdon to bring down, but it's done so expertly. Gets a cross in as well. And that's hooked clear by Peinecker.
Well, a sustained period of pressure from Perth, and they're just piling that onto Auckland's defence, who, to their credit, are holding strong. But Perth might feel a little aggrieved that they haven't been able to find a second.
Pearman, Taggart, bounce pass, shot comes in, Lizalowski, oh, Sakai has copped the full brunt of that, and straight away the referee has brought play to a halt.
Well, it was a thumping hit from Lizalowski, and hard to watch the contact as Sakai goes to ground really heavily. Good referee immediately calls play to a halt. Sakai is so important to this side, but those ones are particularly difficult to watch play out.
Zach Lizalowski has certainly got a left boot on him. That was full power.
Doctors, medical staff just making sure Sakai is okay, just going through all the necessary concussion checks. To be honest, I don't know how he's going to escape without a bit of a sore head from that. But after what was another tidy build-up from Perth, fashioned from the right-hand side, swung across the middle, Adam Taggart dropping it to Lizalowski. His strike bringing Sakai to ground.
Plenty of concern being shown here for the Black Knights captain. Slowly getting back to his feet. Quite rightly, the medical team will take their time here. And absolutely right, Grace. He has been so crucial to this Auckland FC team. Always so reliable.
It's not looking great for Sakai, and if it is an early exit for his night, that's a big blow for him, a big blow for Auckland. He does look a little dazed and confused, and you can understand why.
Perth Glory. It's another short turnaround for them. Back in action on Tuesday. Another late night show, this time against the Wanderers from 9:40 p.m. Eastern on Paramount Plus. Good round of applause from the HBF Park crowd for Hiroki Sakai, who's discarded the armband, so I wonder if this will be a permanent change at half-time. The break will come at a good time.
Yeah, that's Hiroki Sakai's night done. It will be a concussion substitute for the referee, and well refereed as well.
So Making that change will be Callan Elliott. Coming on in place of Hiroki Sakai. Yeah, absolutely the right call made there, you have to say. So, a long stoppage at the end of the half. Certainly add a few more minutes to the 2 that was initially handed out. And a little bit more adversity for Auckland FC to deal with. Here's Ostler. Out for Risdon. Lifts it into the box and Alex Paulson claims. That is the last bit of action for the first half, and very good round of applause for the home side. Hasn't happened too many times this season, and it will be the Perth Glory who head into the sheds in front, courtesy of that man there, the beaming Jalen Pearman, with his first ever A-League goal, an absolute rocket into the back of the net. Past Alex Paulson, half-time at HBF Park in Perth. It is the home side. Perth Glory 1, Auckland FC 0.
We love the design. Can we tweak this?
Absolutely.
You do know Mike and John will be straight round for a nose.
Sparkling water's up. I love one of those.
And such a gorgeous work surface. Wow.
With experts to design and install your dream kitchen, you'll feel as proud as a peacock with Wix.
Hey.
Hey.
You okay?
Yeah. Well,
It's okay.
depends, I guess.
Depends. On what? What's up?
Just don't panic, okay? Trust me. We're gonna have a baby.
With a single Flagstone application, you can open and manage hundreds of savings accounts from over 60 banks, all in one platform with one password. That's it. Surprisingly simple. Cup of tea, anyone? Anyone?
It's time to start your business. Time to get customers. Time to make your future now. Create a website in minutes. How? GoDaddy. Coding? Nah. But all that writing? Nope. AI. Done, built, up and running. You have what it takes. Now take it to the next level. Create a beautiful website in minutes with GoDaddy.
Let's get to work.
Start today at GoDaddy.com.
When you run a business, great communication is vital.
I'll just transfer you. I think I just cut them off.
Welcome to the all-new Hi-Hi 4, the business phone that's refreshingly easy to use. Now with new features like 2-touch call transfer and the ability to listen to call recordings directly from your phone. As always, it's all backed up by our UK-based support. Find out more at hihi.co.uk. Hi.
Hi.
With the UK's largest choice of homes, if Zoe can find hers, so can you. Right move. Believe it.
My partner Nico and I wanted to create something together. Home fragrances that take you to inspiring new places. A few homemade candles later, and Earl of East was born. With Adobe Express, creating everything we need for our business is a breeze. Now, every day can be a little more special for people around the world.
Towards Suarez!
We were beaten quite comfortably that night.
Messi hits one! Oh, what a goal! That is sensational!
Oh God, it can't get any worse. But there's always hope if you're a Liverpool fan.
I think under them lights on a Champions League night, there's just anything can happen. We were driving home in the car, trying to keep up on the score and not run off the road.
There's one back! Divock Origi!
When that first goal went in, everyone was honking their horns as we went along. We got in and threw our bags down, switched it on, just forgot about everything else that was going on. Rigaggini on at half-time.
That changed things then.
Wijnaldum! Oh, it's in! Off the bench, he scored! And it really is game on now! Gini Wijnaldum, the Champions League hero! What a story!
That header was like Gerrard in Istanbul.
The back doors were open and you could hear neighbours screaming. Everyone must have been watching that game that night.
Spotted that! They caught Barcelona napping! Brilliant thinking by Alexander-Arnold! Clinical finish from Divock Origi!
From that moment, the final was won. It didn't matter who we had.
Liverpool are into the final, and we will never ever forget quite how they did it.
I fell asleep at Istanbul. I fell asleep watching it on the telly. I was 5. But for a lot of my generation, that was our Istanbul, was that moment.
It's not just sport.
He's played it through, and Bowen's in! He's done
it! My family come from the East End, born and bred in the East End. They basically moulded me into a West Ham fan. My mum got a phone call 2 days before the final and was like, I've got 2 tickets. She said, by hook or by crook, Abel, I'm getting you to that final. We drove 12 hours for West Ham, so I think that has to make us true fans. It isn't easy as a fan at all, but I got to witness West Ham get to a European final. It was just unbelievable.
West Ham, one more step from glory.
The first half was really tense, you know, we had some chances, but I thought we were just like waking up.
And Rice will hit it!
Second half we started well, we started getting more lively.
Owen looks to bring it down.
I was sweating from head to toe, so worried that Benrahma was going to miss the penalty.
Benrahma scores! Emphatically!
Everybody was like, yeah! Come on, you Irons!
Massive goal for the Hammers! They lead in Prague!
The feelings, what I felt, were just surreal. When Fiorentina scored the goal.
Can have a chance here. Bolognese.
I felt like people's spirits were low, but then Paqueta played that through ball to Bowen. Beer was being thrown everywhere, beer went all over me.
European glory is theirs!
I was literally crying.
History makers!
For me, football is life. The happiness what it can bring to people is just like immaculate.
Rebel in the comfort of a home. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
The McDonald's Barbecue Ranch Stack. Prepare for the creamy, tangy, garlicky, herby, utterly delicious ranch sauce. Prepare to non-stop think about it.
From Mum, new year, new you. Goal achieved.
At 7 Days, we make winners every day.
Incredible. Unreal. It's awesome.
We've already given away over £100 million in prizes. A Lamborghini Urus, a Volkswagen camper, £40,000 in cash. 7 Days has limited tickets. And real winners on every draw, guaranteed. At 7 Days, we make winners every day, and you could be next. Enter now at 7days.co.uk.
7 days.
Cooker. 100 degrees boiling, hot, cold, chilled and sparkling water. The tap that does it all. Cooker.
Do you remember when you first wanted to change the world? Collecting donations, every penny counted. Time passes and we grow up. Life gets busy. But you should know that the things we did made a real difference. In fact, global poverty has more than halved since the 1960s. But recently, that's all changed. From Ukraine to Gaza, to fires and floods and COVID and earthquakes, people have lost everything. And so extreme poverty has risen again, starving and killing our most vulnerable neighbours. We have to get back on track, now. Text LIFE1 to 70455 and give £3 a month or go online to Christian Aid. Help communities fight back against poverty. We've done this together in the past. We know it
So far, a beautiful night for Perth fans. There's a couple of changes have been made by Auckland FC. Jesse Randall and Logan Rogerson are on the park. So some changes by Steve Corica, looking to inject something into this Auckland FC side, coming off a 10-day rest, while the Perth Glory had the games coming at them thick and fast. Very much battle-hardened. All set to go for the second half. Adam Taggart gets things back underway. And goal to Jalen Pearman. The difference so far tonight. And Grace Gill, a couple of interesting changes to start the second half.
Yeah, I quite like the changes from Steve Corica. It shows intent, it shows, I guess, a dedication on the front foot from this Auckland side. 45 minutes for those players to really establish themselves. Good attacking players as well.
Laurie back into their work quickly. Elliott convincing with the clearance, and then eventually De Vries hooks it away. So Nader Moreno and Felipe Gallegos, two players to make way. That will certainly bring a little bit of a reshuffle for the Auckland formation. Looks like Brimmer has dropped into a slightly deeper position next to Louis Verstraete, who wins the free kick here.
What was almost a really good hustle from Perth. Just a little too heavy-handed in the pressure on Verstraete.
Here is Elliott. Changes to Perth Glory lineup. Tommy Murchler and Jared Carluccio, both with yellow tickets next to their names, as De Vries swings this one in. And the shot across the face, a goal by Rogerson, dealt with by Labib. And tied it up by Elliott. Brimmer and Verstraete settles things down. Gillian. Touch a little bit too heavy, and Pennington comes in. While Perth haven't had too many positive results this season, they have actually led at halftime once before. It was back in round 6 against Adelaide United. And that night it finished in a 2-2 draw. Verstraete across to Elliott. There's Rogerson ahead of him, but defensive organisation for Perth once again forces them backwards. As Taggart wrestles Tommy Smith to the ground. It's been a good little battle tonight as well. Two veterans, the old Bulls, going at it. Brimmer for Gillian. Nice forward pass. It's a little bit too underneath that one.
Really good chance for Auckland there. Nice little pass. I love that from Gillian. Just to spot the run of Mai, and Mai's probably got to do better with the shot. Had a little bit of pressure to his left, but just slightly leaning backwards, and well, he knows that more than anyone else.
Flicked on by De Vries. Here is Mai again, has Gillian in space. He's dallied on the ball a little bit too long. Randall's there to tidy up. Brimmer, neat back heel. Gillian shapes to shoot. I think that hesitation just allowed Risdon a chance to settle himself for the block. Perhaps needed to take that first time.
A couple of moments there of hesitation. The first from Mai, had to release the pass to Gillian in space. Didn't, kept his foot on the ball. Brimmer looks to create something, and you're right. Just takes a moment too long, looks for the second touch. Gillian's got to get that shot away quickly. You just don't get that kind of time in the 18-yard box.
This time foul goes the way of the Glory. If there is one slight criticism of Liam Gillian this season, it is that hesitation to take on more responsibility and taking a shot himself. Does all the hard work getting into space and using his speed. It's just that end product seems to be lacking thus far. But for a first season in top flight league as a professional, certainly made a good fist of things.
No doubt a really exciting player, Gillian, but it's just that decision making, that final piece of the puzzle. We've got all the right attributes, we've got speed, good technique on the ball. Just need to then be able to piece it all together.
Switch of play. Mai looking for the run of DeVries, but Risdon using all of his experience there, rather. Still in space and is able to thread the pass forward. He's looking for the run of Ostler, but Peinecker got there. First touch of the night for Toomey. Now Brimmer. Spreads play over to the right-hand side. Elliott. Thought about the pass, releasing Rogerson, but then eventually the two almost getting in the way of each other. One back by Elliott. Here's Rogerson now. Brimmer. Through ball for Rogerson. Lizalewski uses his big frame to knock Rogerson out of the road. It's behind for a goal kick.
He's a strong player, Lizalewski, the 19-year-old. Great frame, great physicality at the back.
For the throw-in. Do go the way of the Glory. Left by Taggart, nodded on by Pearman. Actually cleared by Verstrata. We'll get another throw. Another confident start to a half. It's to the delight of the home fans. Ostler battling away with Verstrata. Touched back by Pearman. Risdon, Pearman again. Now Pennington. Lizalewski, first time cross, low. Tommy Smith scrambles it clear.
I really like that from Lizalewski. Perth had to scrap a little bit to get it out wide to find a pass through, but the first time ball, the shape on the delivery is excellent. The kind of pass that just makes you sit up a little bit straighter and take notice.
Lizalewski again on the throw. Pennington tries to muscle his way through. Risdon comes forward. Carluccio maybe in an offside position. Leg down for the time being. Randall does well. Well, the ball must have gone out if David Drulich went for it. Certainly am impressed by the Glory defensively. Looking much more solid than they have really at any point this season. Risdon steps in there. It's interesting to note through the pre-season, heading into round one, Australia Cup games, the teams that David Drilic named through there, the youngsters like Elizalaiski, Abdul Faisal, it was quite impressive with what they were doing. But then when the imports came in, the likes of Kanga, Caicedo, how they were basically thrown into the round one team, that disruption, I just wonder if it was worth sticking with the young team initially and then drip feeding the older heads in. As the cross comes in, the nudge on in the back is Gillian in the box, lifting it forward, nodded clear.
That's a great question, Robbie, and one we won't necessarily know the answer to. A bit of a speculative, hypothetical. But one thing's for sure is Perth are improving, and we are seeing that in recent weeks.
It's ball forward for Mai, brings it down inside the box, back to goal. Trying to fashion some space here is Randall. Eventually, free kick is given. Well, it was David Drilic himself who said, by bringing in those imports and the older players, the experienced ones, it was like they were doing their pre-season when the season had started. Hence asking the question whether it was worth maybe just sticking with the team that had played more together and had done reasonably well through the Australia Cup, rather than basically start from scratch in round one.
Yeah, really fair shout. We talk a lot about balance in teams as well, having the right balance of youth and experience, but then also homegrown players, young up-and-comers, and I think what we're just starting to see from Perth in recent weeks, although results aren't yet there, a little bit more consistency, some partnerships starting to form, Murchula, Labib at the back. We're seeing Pearman and Taggart combining at the front. So it's starting to knit together.
Yes, for the fans, it's just unfortunate. It's 13 weeks in, really. We are getting those kind of performances strung together. As Auckland play out from the back once again. Elliott, Rogerson, Zalaski coming through. Although, well, referee Nathan Shakespeare initially gave the throw to Auckland's, changed his mind.
One last point on the consistency of the team setup, the dynamic. For Auckland, prior to tonight, Steve Corica had made just 9 starting 11 changes, so real consistency in the side. The only team that had made fewer is Adelaide, whereas Carl Viet mixed things up on just 7 occasions. Perth, on the other hand, had league-high 29 changes to the starting 11 across the course of their games. So it speaks to that chopping and changing that you were talking about.
Max Mata on the field now for Liam Gillian. He'll certainly add a bit more presence up front. Ball forward for Taggart. Just caught the Auckland backline napping for a second there. Mata, genuine number 9, playing more of that central role. Looking to get on the end of this one, but Tommy Murchula gets in the way. Turned behind for a corner.
Well, another attacking sub for Steve Corica as we have a look at this bouncing ball over the top, which was always going to be a little bit difficult for Taggart to get onto.
Jack Bremer taking over corner duties from Adam Moreno. Certainly left a little bit to be desired with his delivery, Moreno, but here's Bremer to the front post and knocked away. Walker, I think it was, who got there. Back for Elliott, and there's Randall wide for Bremer now. Take on his man who really just drags him down. Adam Taggart, the guilty party. Set piece in a rather dangerous position. By injecting Mata, it certainly brings a bit more height to the end of these set pieces. Real target for Francis de Vries to aim at. Verstraete forward as well. Two centre-backs, Smith and Pijnacker. It is de Vries with the delivery. It was Mata who was coming through. Big bodies stay forward. Elliott lifting it, curling to Mata. Sale with the acrobatics, but the flag goes up.
Well, irrespective of the flag, that's a really key save for Ollie Sale to make, even just as a confidence-proving point.
In fact, it was a push in the back rather than offside. Apologies there.
Had a lovely re-entry from Callan Elliott. Just had the glance up, saw the run of his teammates into the box.
Steve Corica has the suit jacket on. Started the game in the t-shirt. Certainly business time now as he finds his team down. It's a good ball forward for Rogerson. He'll chase it down. 3-on-3, sliding across. Guillermo Mai! And Ollie Sale is pumped up. Had to get out there fast. He's able to smother the shot.
Yeah, that's big from Ollie Sale. Really big, huge moment. It just looked like it was opening up, parting really well for Auckland. The work of Ollie Sale to get across, to make up the ground, to make himself big and close the angle. Well, that cannot be overlooked. Massive moment.
Bit of hesitation there between Lizalewski and Sale. Both glanced at each other, wondering who was going to go for it first. Referee Nathan Shakespeare comes across for the obligatory ref chat at corner time. De Vries with the corner. Deep to the back post. 3 white jerseys there, but it is the Glory who clear. Brimmer back for De Vries and shut down by Pennington. Brimmer, Verstraete, Elliott's. Is that avenue shut down? Brimmer gets an early cross in, bouncing ball. Sale with the save once, Risdon with the save twice. Brilliant scramble by the Glory backline once again. They are determined to keep this Auckland side out. Here's Verstraete on the turn. And Pennington sends it out via an Auckland shirt. So it will be a throw to the Glory. Frustration for the visitors.
Well, Perth holds strong, and that ball through, that is superb, the delivery on that. We had the perfect angle, you could see it open up. But for Perth defenders, for Ollie Sale, just to get in the way once more. Auckland building nicely, but that Perth Glory defence, it stood up tonight.
You can see it in the eyes of Ollie Sale there. He is on tonight. A couple of very good saves. Those ones are always difficult for a goalkeeper. That early cross from deep, bouncing in through bodies. It's almost like you have to close the eyes and go for it. Hope for the best. As Osler goes down, wins the free kick.
I was asking the question of the referee if there's a card due, suggesting there'd been 3 or 4 occasions that Osler brought to ground. Nonetheless, smart use of the body by Trent Osler.
So a free kick for the Glory, out 36 yards out from goal. It'll be Gamulka who dinks it to the back post. Murchel is there. Labib this time lifting it in. Paulson gets across well. Difficult for Andriano Lebeb to get any kind of power on the shot. Just tried to guide it into the back post.
It does feel as though there's more goals left in this one yet. From either side, really, both teams still creating.
There's Brimmer, DeVries. He's trying to find any kind of opening. As Brimmer goes down, foul by Risdon. He's pleading his case here. Ball given away, sloppy. It's a 4-on-3 for the Glory. Taggart goes out, the shot comes in. Oh, Carluccio was doing his utmost best to get there. Just ran out of steam in the end. Wonder if Taggart, the better option there was to go to the left first, but he went out to Pearman.
Ended up almost not a shot, not a cross. Perhaps indecision in the mind of the young man. But a great opportunity for Perth to double their lead. Don't want to rue miss chances like that.
As Auckland come on the attack. Beautiful ball in by Elliott, was looking for the run of Mata. You mentioned the games in Perth and that feeling of goals. I love the results here. There's certainly been goals. So I don't think the scoring is done yet. Beautiful 1-2. And Mai. Elliott, Estrata. Rogerson finds a pocket of space. Back for Elliott. First time cross. Risdon nods away. Brimmer, Mata. Very crowded edge of the box. As DeVries comes through. Perth are able to find the outlet. Play on, says the referee. Elliott has Rogerson to his right. That's the way he goes. Low cross in. Back post, and Max Mata with an open net from 7 yards hits it over the crossbar.
Well, it should be one apiece. All Mata needed to do was steer that in, had the whole frame of goal to aim at. But just a rush of blood to the head. All he can do is apologise. That was the moment for Auckland.
Well, his most recent goal came in pre-season against the Wanderers, 4-2 loss. Also scored a couple of goals in the Oceania Nations Cup in June, but his last league goal was March 17. The Irish Premiership. It was a double for Sligo Rovers against Drogheda. As a number 9, those really should be buried. As the Glory come back on the attack. Maybe if there's one saving grace, it took a slight bobble just as it got to him.
It's awfully kind of you, Robbie. But no, they're hard, those moments. A moment of panic, but as a number 9, you've got to be finding the back of the net there.
7 games this season, yet to make a start. Max Mata on loan from Shrewsbury Town. And let come back to Horn Aucklands. Here's the Glory. Risdon urged to shoot, lifts it to the back post. Paulson comes to claim.
just see the field really starting to become stretched. About 20 minutes of regulation time to play, and the distance between the defenders and the top attacking players for both sides just getting further and further apart. So space starting to open up in the middle of the park. Importantly for Perth, rather, they'll want to try and keep those spaces nice and tight at home, consolidate their defence.
As Risdon goes on a run, he's able to link up with Pearman, just turns into danger, and he stays with it. Well, it was about this time, think back a couple of games to the Western United 3-2 loss. They were 2-1 up at this stage. It was about now you got the sense that the Glory was starting to run out of legs and just starting to sit back a little bit deeper. So have the Glory learned from their mistakes in that game? Ball forward for Taggart. Pennington cut that heavy challenge in the back. Referee plays advantage as Rogerson comes through, and this time will be a yellow card for Zach Lizalewski. Jake Brimmer not happy.
Yeah, just a bit clumsy there from Lizalewski. Hasn't played the ball whatsoever. I don't think there's too much arguing over that card. And perhaps there's that fatigue you're talking about as well, Robbie. Players, when they start to get tired, just errors, mistakes, not being as disciplined in moments like that, but they're crucial and they're key for this last 20 minutes.
As players take this chance to get some water on board. Warm conditions. About 22, 23 degrees, but certainly have been working hard tonight. Just under 20 minutes remaining.
For Perth last week, half-time, Adam Taggart left the field of play. There was a slight concern over an injury, and it was around about this moment in the game as well that Nikola Miller-Jusnic was welcomed back to the field, not in the matchday squad tonight. A couple of question marks.
Here's Verstraete on the edge of the box. Cross just cannoned into Murchula. And his first game back in a long time, Nikola Miller-Jusnic, but left out the matchday squad tonight with some soreness. He's one who's been sorely missed by this Glory side. Tommy Smith. Verstraete. Switch of play for De Vries. White jerseys flood forward. It's a nice looping cross. Lizalewski hooks it clear. Drillage just had a quick word with Carluccio just as he came to the sideline and immediately has called for some reinforcements. Zach Lizalewski is down in the foreground. De Vries with a cross to the back post, found Rogerson, but tough chance to get on the end of.
I tell you, if Auckland had found a goal there, Lizalewski was sitting down further up the field of play. That was his runner, but evidently has had to stop.
Two changes coming for the Glory. Anas Hamzawi and Brandon O'Neill. Straight swap. Both players there. Hamzawi will slot into left back position, vacated by Zach Lizalewski. In fact, it will be a triple change. No. come on for Jared Carluccio.
Well, energy, fresh legs, 15 minutes to play for Perth, 15 minutes. Some experience coming on in Hamzawi and O'Neill just to try and reinforce that defensive shape. You could definitely feel the fatigue coming into the Glory side. And for Auckland, well, I hate to say it to Perth fans, but they're most prolific in the final 15 minutes of games. So this is a huge 15 minutes coming up.
Certainly will be a test of the fitness and resilience in this Glory outfit. As one look to have crossed the sideline, yet will be a throw.
So real credit to the youngster Jalen Pearman in just his third appearance tonight. What a performance he had. Goal aside was excellent everywhere.
Look on the live ladder. Glory, as things stand, close the gap to the Jets, who are in action tomorrow against MacArthur FC. We'll go 6 points clear of the Roar in last place. Catch that game tomorrow afternoon on Paramount Plus, live and exclusive from 4:55 Eastern. Neat touch forward. Ostler. There's De Vries for company. He's able to link up with O'Neill. Just dinks it forward. The shot from Gamulka blocked. Taggart! Just had the sting taken out of it by Tommy Smith.
Oh, another huge moment for Perth. They built really nicely. This, a deft touch from Brandon O'Neill. It looked as though, for all bets, he was going to take the shot himself. He hasn't had a huge amount of work to do tonight, Alex Paulson, but when called into action, he's been up to task.
One of those tasks being to pick the ball out of his net. Jalen Pearman now off the park. His goal is the difference as things stand. See on the XG there, Auckland have been by far the dominant side. But it is Perth Glory who look the more dangerous team. Taggart went for the near post, but the flag was up for offside.
Yeah, I thought that would be the case. The run from Taggart, airs of offside, was close. Just see the moment, just here, leaning into the offside position. The release of the pass comes a microsecond too late.
And Opinaka is needing some attention here. 12 minutes remain, plus extras. Steve Crocker certainly hasn't been in this position too many times this season. The Glory will take on the Wanderers in a couple of days' time. They'll be heading into that one full of confidence if things remain as they are.
Well, concerning signs here for Auckland. Pinnaker, certainly not another defender the side can afford to lose. He too has been really important tonight, but back to his feet, good to see, able to jog that one off.
It would certainly cause some concerns if Pinnaker were to come off. There's not too much in the way of defensive reinforcements on the bench. Adama Koulibaly can play in the back line, known as a midfielder. He is a player on debut. As Auckland continue to chase the game. Switch of play out to Elliott. Here's Verstraete. Randall goes down under the challenge. Gives up possession far too easily. Here's Gamulka. Taggart calling for the switch of play. Kwano on the overlap on the left. 1v1 with Elliott.
That's well defended by Callan Elliott. The ball was begging to be switched over to Adam Taggart, who was in a bit of space. Gamulka just had the blinkers on, couldn't find the diagonal pass. That's well done by Elliott.
Glory just look the better side at the moment, first to every ball. Verstraete finds Rogerson, getting numbers back well. And well, the referee had the whistle to the mouth for a second. And waved the finger at Max Mata. As play continues. And the Glory getting a free kick. You certainly get the sense that momentum is with the Glory heading into the final 10 minutes. Mentioned earlier, the record of Auckland teams here in Perth, just the one win. Across about a dozen games or so. Also found it very difficult place to score. Won by Pennington, but tidied up by Brimmer. It's Toomey in the overlap, but couldn't really go anywhere. Brimmer saying he had his ankles clipped. There's more changes to be made. And it will be a big moment here for young Adama Coulibaly, 19 years old, comes on for his professional bow in place of Francis de Vries. Out of the Western Springs Club in Auckland. What a time to come on for your debut.
A huge moment for the young man. And congratulations to Coulibaly on a debut. Big minutes ahead of him.
He's been involved in New Zealand youth setups previously. Looks like he's slotted straight back into the back four. Crowd baying for a free kick. Referee letting play breathe. Here's Brimmer. Nods it forward. The bib is there. Now Sale. Will be desperate to keep a clean sheet against his hometown club. Here's Coulibaly. Been a consistent performer with his Western Springs club over the past couple of seasons in the New Zealand National League. Which is an outstanding effort for someone only 19 years old, and thrust into the action there. Concedes the foul, and Kwano left in a heap on the ground. And the yellow card is brandished.
Samiro Coulibaly, but you just see off screen a moment ago, Kwano shuffled himself back onto the field of play. Have a look at this one.
Oh, well, we've seen this before. A little bit more orange in the colours. Elliott and No coming together once again. Auckland just trying to pick the tempo up now, running out of time. Pennington, O'Neill lifting it forward, looking for Taggart. Might have been in an offside position. Adam Taggart. And the flag does go up.
Well, it's such a part of Adam Taggart's game. Just skirts on the edge of offside. Risk reward, and when it comes in your favour, well, it's worth it. But a few times tonight we've seen Adam Taggart just get the timing just slightly wrong.
Another change for Perth. Joel and Asmo will come on for Trent Osler, who's been very good tonight. And Asmo famously scoring on debut last season against Melbourne City. Of the last 90 minutes remain. There will be a little bit of time to be added on. Smith launches it forward, looks for Mata. Tidied up by Vestrata. There's Brimmer. Look at the Plus player index, and it's still Jalen Pearman on top. Excellent first half. There's a Nasmo, can't get it under control. Rogerson, Brimmer, Peinecker fighting hard. Turned over by the Glory. Gamulka, Taggart has Kwan go in space. Couldn't find him. Pennington with the shot. Always rising over the crossbar.
Nervy moments. Just a couple of minutes remaining. I thought for a moment there Adam Taggart was going to leave that, let it run through to the legs of No, but the shot from Pennington, well, ends up well and truly out of play. This really important minutes for Perth, these last few.
Just 2 shots on target tonight for the Glory. 11 shots in total. This Koulibaly switches play. Going to work for Peinecker. Long ball forward. Mata flicks it on. Randall coming through. Elliott's there as well. Vestrata thought about the shot, and it's a great challenge coming in. Brimmer on the turn. Vestrata, as Brimmer left in a heap on the ground, it was Brandon O'Neill.
The first challenge by O'Neill was excellent. Broke up play. The second just left a little much too in it, a little too much in it rather. This one here just a little late. The lunging foot right on the top of Jake Brimmer's foot, and that one will be sore tomorrow.
There's also their set-piece taker. Jesse Randall is lurking with intent as well. So expect this one to be lifted into the back post. There's plenty of jerseys forward and plenty of Glory jerseys there to defend as well. Oh, that's disappointing delivery from Brimmer. He's able to win the header. Peinecker, Vestrata, Elliott flicking it on. Guillermo Mai! Claiming there was a touch off a Glory shirt. The calls will go on deaf ears. Another golden opportunity blown by Auckland's.
Well, he's just scooped up and under as the ball was bouncing and rising, and it hasn't been Mai's night by any measure. He's had a couple of really key chances, has not been able to capitalise. And Perth will take, well, not yet a sigh of relief, because for all their work, for all their valiant defending, that won't matter unless they can see this game out and secure all 3 points.
heading in the right direction here. Pennington, the early cross. Maybe needed to keep possession a little bit longer.
Whether it's tired or wasteful, it's just not the delivery Perth needed there. These are the moments where experienced players need to get their foot on the ball.
It'll be 5 minutes added on. 5 more minutes for the Glory to hold on. Neat turn, Gamulka has a Nasmo over on the right-hand side. Taggart, no. Gamulka in the area, and Nasmo down to the byline.
Oh, lovely stuff. Sorry, Robbie, lovely stuff there from Perth. The pass from Hamzawi that split through Auckland's defence. That was class, and a Nasmo shows a nice turn of speed, little drop of the shoulder.
Taras Gamulka in no rush whatsoever. Just the two Glory shirts inside the box. Played short for Nasmo. And they head to the corner. Rogerson is able to clear his line. And a little bit agricultural from Labib.
It's a long 4 minutes to take it to the corner. Labib knew exactly what he was doing there. Just trying to slow things down.
Smith launching it forward. Chested down by Randall. Rogerson over there as well. There's Verstrata. Randall, early cross. He's looking for Elliott, who is creeping into the back post. Now Koulibaly. Out wide for Randall. Mai on the edge of the box. Guillermo Mai. Ollie Sale tips it over the bar. First shot on target of the night for Guillermo Mai.
Well, it's a good night for Ollie Sale. And Mai trying to make up for the moments that he missed earlier. Great technique shown by Sale. Good strong hand to steer it over the bar. These are nervous moments.
Pause for dramatic effect. Here's Randall on the corner to the near post, flicked on. Auckland have so many jerseys forward, so many bodies. A chance for the counter-attack. Joel Nasmo off at the races. Koulibaly in danger, and it's going to be a very short-lived debut. It's a straight red card for Adama Koulibaly. You see there, almost apologetically, what else could he have done? And Nasmo was away.
Well, it was a beautiful striding run by Joel Nasmo. He had the break over Koulibaly. And whether or not he meant to, just a little clip of the heel, undeniably, that's a red card. The right call, denial of an obvious goal-scoring opportunity. And now just on the edge of the 18-yard box. Koulibaly, villain or hero, he takes one for the team, slows down the run of Nasmo.
I don't think there'd be too many red cards on debut in the A-League. Came on the field in the 82nd minute. Sent off in the 94th. And the Glory will make another change. Nathaniel Blair coming on for Nicholas Pennington, who has been one of the best on ground tonight.
He's getting a little bit of treatment as we speak on that ankle. Nick Pennington, he's been tireless across the field tonight, just pulling the strings for Glory as he has done so in recent weeks, and a big couple of minutes coming up for Nathaniel Blair. We'll just need from him smart play, industry, and this will be interesting. Perth not really looking to send players into the box. I dare say they'll go to the corner and just try and scrape through as many of these minutes as possible.
Warm round of applause for Nico Pennington. Glory, they're on the verge of breaking this drought at home. They're on the verge of claiming a second win on the season. Brandon O'Neill, just about all on his own with the free kick. Beaten away by Paulson. And then cleared by Rogerson. We are past the allotted 5 minutes. I suspect there will be a little bit more added.
Well, that would have been some way to cap off this performance. Brandon O'Neill did go for goal in the end.
Didn't have too many people to aim at. There's the Glory win, the throw-in. It's all going their way tonight. Tag it again, off Rogerson. Brandon O'Neill urging the fans to see them home. Risdon, that's off him last. Is there anything left for Auckland's? Into the 7th minute of injury time. Merchela, who's been strong at the back. The drought is broken. Stand up, Perth Glory fans. You can be proud of that effort tonight. They've worked so hard across the season, which has seen so many disappointing moments. But tonight is not one of them. Tonight is a great moment to be wearing purple. Relief on the face of David Drilich. A second win of the season. A warm embrace for the two former Sydney FC legends. What a moment for this crowd. The Shed are up and about. Jalen Pearman's goal, the difference. A maiden A-League goal in just his 3rd league appearance. Full-time at HBF Park. A much-needed and drought-breaking win for the Perth Glory, 1-0 over Auckland FC.
Slot was talking about how he wasn't sure exactly how Accrington Stanley would approach this in terms of sitting back in a low block and coming onto them. Well, we've seen a certain degree of ambition stroke foolhardiness from the men in blue.
They're actually likely to be more vulnerable, Bill, when they get a little bit of possession. They've not had really any control. They're not strung together, 5 or 6 passes in the middle of the park. It's been a quick counter. That last opportunity they had, which led to the corner, that was a sign. 1 or 2 passes, then quickly get it in behind. The fullbacks, if you can.
Well, just as Liverpool since 2024 turned into 2025 haven't been able to find a win, that 2-2 draw here against Manchester United, then the slightly controversial defeat, it has to be said, in the first leg of the Carabao Cup semi-final. It's been the opposite end of the scale for Accrington Stanley. They couldn't buy a win in the closing months of the last calendar year, but back-to-back wins to kick off this year has taken them away from trouble. 5 places between themselves now and the bottom of the League Two table. Survival very much the order of the day, but this is a glistening bonus, this FA Cup run, and in particular this tie here at Anfield. Halfway through the first half, still Liverpool 0, Accrington Stanley 0. That'll be a free kick for Accrington Stanley. The challenge on Ash Hunter.
Lovely piece of skill. Look at that, right on the touchline.
I think so far Rio and Gamoa is probably doing everything that his manager would want him to. You can almost hear the words, go out there, enjoy yourself, play your own game. He's doing all of those things, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's in the same boat as the Accrington players, really. Absolutely no pressure. There'll be some expectancy on his part, of course, his family, and imagine the academy staff as well, who've spent quite a few months looking after him. And he shouldn't feel too much pressure at all. And for some of these young kids as well, you know, they actually, when they get onto the big stage, they've trained with the first team, albeit he's not at the football club for that long. For them, it's just an extension of training, really. They don't really feel too much pressure. Remember, Johan Cruyff said the same thing when he was thrust into the Ajax team as a teenager. Felt very normal around the big boys in the first team.
And if there are nerves, he's doing pretty well to disguise them. No surprise to see Liverpool particularly dominant in the passing statistics in terms of numbers and indeed the accuracy of them.
One thing we've learned about this competition, Bill, in over many years, is that you cannot take anything for granted at all, can you? And this match has to be won by Liverpool if they are to win it, of course. They'll have to play well enough.
And Gamoa. Here's more. Wharton, Szoboszlai, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Elliott. It's back with the captain, Alexander-Arnold. Quite often when you see sides defending here at Anfield, you see everyone behind the ball, but they're leaving Sean Wally up the pitch to give them an out pull if they can get hold of the ball. Kwanzaa. Alexander-Arnold. Tsimikas. Hung up beautifully. Jota won't get that before the Accrington rearguard do. I think the final touch came off Donald Love. Krellin in close attendance as well.
Yeah, once again it's Kostas Tsimikas with that ball into the box. Just needed that fractionally forward. Another yard or so would have made it a little bit easier for Morton or Elliott to head that one back across goal. Jota wasn't quite in position anyway.
Tsimikas with the corner. Header wide. Taro Endo. I say header.
And if he scored from the corner, the Accrington bench wouldn't be happy about that, would they?
No. Well, there's Andy Holt, the chairman of Accrington Stanley. Real personality in League Two football, fights for the cause, and he's due to stand down at the end of the season.
He's a happy man today, regardless, isn't he? A nice windfall for the club.
Absolutely. Yeah, the average attendance at the Crown Ground, or the Wham Stadium as it's known now, 2,500. They're over 60 inside here. I think it's right, they split the gate receipts today.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the split is these days. Once upon a time was it 50-50? I'm going back a long time ago now, but I say there'll be the coffers will be bulging after this.
And if they can get through to the next round, well, if. A lot of work to do for us to even consider that. But at the moment, they're frustrating. The number one side in the Premier League and the number one side in the Champions League.
It's a free kick, but a rather theatrical fall from Tyler Walter. I think he was grateful for the contact in the end, running out of space and indeed support. And the best thing from a neutral's point of view would be an Accrington goal, wouldn't it? That would really give us something extra special to talk about. These are good chances for the League Two side.
Ben Woods with his right arm raised. Tsimikas not fully away yet. Taken by Ngamoa. Szoboszlai threaded it neatly through and helped on here towards Darwin Núñez, who has Jota in the middle, and Liverpool have the lead. A devastating counter-attack from the men in red. We've seen it time and time again. And Accrington Stanley fall into the trap, and Diogo Jota gives them the lead.
And for Jota, that's a simple enough chance to take in the end, isn't it? As I said earlier, Bill, the lower league sides are more vulnerable when they are attacking. That inability to be able to stay with the more powerful top sides is clearly evident on a counter-attack. Super ball in from Darwin Núñez, and Jota just had to keep his composure, concentration. Nice early ball from Szoboszlai when he got the chance. Alexander-Arnold doesn't need the second touch, neither does Núñez, and Jota no option but to make it 3-1 touches on the spin. Simple enough. Finally they go ahead.
It would be a stretch to say it was getting in any way nervous around Anfield, but the longer it goes on at 0-0. No longer. Liverpool noses in front just ahead of the half-hour mark. Diogo Jota has his 7th goal of the season, and after scoring off the bench since his return from injury against Fulham and West Ham. He has one from the start here in the FA Cup. And how Accrington Stanley respond to going behind here is going to be key. Sides with loftier reputations than that of John Doolan's have folded when Liverpool start to flex their muscles.
Yeah, he would have been well aware that his side would have been vulnerable on a counter-attack, but I mean, what do? You know, keep 4 or 5 players outside of the box and try and defend it, ring fence it, and you'd be accused of showing a lack of ambition when you get the one or two of the few opportunities you're likely to get from set pieces. So I can't blame them for flooding the box with blue shirts. Always going to be difficult then to recover.
Pressure on Kelleher, but he's still managed to get it up to the goal scorer Jota, who gets it back from Nunez before Farrand Rawson slides in. And Gamoa. They're not just doubling up on the 16-year-old, they're tripling up, aren't they?
Yeah,
3 players there to try and keep a lid on him.
And very quickly as well. They must be aware of the danger if he's allowed to attack the full-back, Donald Love, one-on-one. Even Josh Woods is all the way back there at the moment.
That's the danger, isn't it? As Liverpool take the higher ground in pretty much every statistical department, you just retreat.
Well, first order of the day for Arne Slot is to win, of course, isn't it? To impress upon his players that they have to play well enough. This won't be gifted to them. And secondly, he would like a comfortable enough scoreline approaching half-time that he can think about giving some more game time to 1 or 2 other players who've not seen too much action this season. Federico Chiesa in particular.
I think the Liverpool fans would love to have a chance to have a look at him properly. His Liverpool career, for one reason or another, mostly injury, hasn't really taken off, hence why he's being linked with a move away. Endo. Alexander-Arnold coming together between Jota and Zach Orr.
No stranger to the physical aspects of the game is Diogo Jota. I saw him roughing it with Wolverhampton Wanderers in a couple of Midlands derbies against Birmingham, I think it was, a couple of years ago. I thought this guy can handle himself in English football, no doubt about that. Gave as good as he got.
Yeah, he had a baptism, didn't he, in the Championship when he first came to English football, helping Nuno Espirito Santo's side to a very impressive title. before Liverpool came a-calling. Alongside that, they had Ruben Neves in the midfield as well, didn't they?
Good team, very good team.
Alexander-Arnold. Ten to play on the first half. That sees Liverpool lead 1-0. Courtesy of that Diogo Jota goal. Szoboszlai. Having been picked off once on the counter, it's a big question mark for John Dooley, isn't it? How do you get the correct balance between trying to find a way back into the match without leaving yourself open? They're up against the second best defence in the Premier League, and they themselves have the second worst defence in League Two. I say the cup is a leveller. There are a lot of things that need to level out here if Accrington are going to get back into it. Lovely little chip on by Jota. Now Harvey Elliott.
Yeah, needed a better pass. Morton was at full stretch, wasn't able to just clip that one 3 or 4 yards further forward. Yeah, not easy. In the end, just crowded out to rush the shot in the end, Harvey Elliott. It's not been a half full of chances, has it, for Liverpool?
Wally looking for a way out, denied by Shimikas. Elliott.
Well, that's a kind of sloppy giveaway that on a slot. Will not like at all. Under no pressure. Straight back to Accrington.
And Gamoa would slid in. Jota. Alexander-Arnold's run tracked by Wally. Here's Ben Woods. The Accrington Stanley fans, around 3,000 of them, we're told, behind the goal that Liverpool attack. Enjoyed that little chop by Zach Orr.
They'd love to score at the Cop End, that's for sure, Accrington. There'll be moments in their history, whichever player could manage it.
Szoboszlai gone down in instalments, and the referee Lewis Smith didn't see a foul in that. No VAR, by the way, until the 5th round of the Emirates FA Cup this season. They've tweaked the regulations in that respect. That's a decent effort from range by Tyler Morton.
Yeah, quite well hit, but very ambitious. Diogo Jota makes a good run through. I mean, I'm not sure I was going to find him, to be honest. The Portuguese international not happy, but it would have been a miracle pass to get that through the middle.
Wally. Quansah. Tsimikas. And Alexander-Arnold. Plenty of runners for Jota to seek. One of them is Nunez. Morton. Alexander-Arnold, who was the focus of a lot of the post-match attention the last time he was in action here at Anfield. The conduit for frustrations in terms of not winning against Manchester United, especially with the links away from the club, which will not go away.
No, a pretty unnecessary distraction, I think myself.
Jota. Nunez. Well, over it goes, but it did take a touch on the way through, so Liverpool have another corner.
I don't blame him for turning and shooting. He's had 2 good chances already. Seems to shift that ball a little bit. Yeah, Harvey Elliott wanted that square pass and visibly showing his frustration. That's something that, once again, honestly, that won't be happy to see. If the team keep their composure, then there's quite a few goals, and Nunez would expect to be scoring at least 1 today.
Tsimikas in, away by Rawson for Accrington Stanley. A possibility for Wally, although he's outnumbered and outmanoeuvred by Elliott, who's snapped in strongly. Benny dispossessed. Now Szoboszlai for Liverpool. Szoboszlai trying to thread it through. There were 2 ahead of him who might have been recipients. Elliott. And out by Woods from the chest down by Farron Rawson.
Fans will shout for anything, won't they? He's done okay, Zakor, alongside Farron Rawson. Not had too much to deal with actually in the middle of the park, and Nunez is in the middle of their defence. They've not been pulled out of their position. The fullbacks have not been overstressed.
Tsimikas. Ngamoa. Endo. Morton.
This is more like the position I thought that Accrington would find themselves in, or decide to put themselves in, I should say. 10 outfield players behind the ball. Just soaking up whatever Liverpool can throw at them, and in truth it's not been too much, has it, this first half? But enough to lead. He needs at least 35 minutes, I would suggest, today, Federico Chiesa. And I would have been minded as well, Bill, to actually start him. I know, as you said, he's missed a little bit of training this week, but when everybody's cold at the start of the game, and it's a little bit easier for you to play your way into it, coming on at half time, for example, or indeed 10 minutes into the second half. Just a bit more difficult. There's more stress on you to try and actually impose yourself on the game.
Yeah, we haven't seen him since he came on at Southampton. A cameo. Here's Ngamoa. Shot blocked away to Morton. Now Szoboszlai. Alexander-Arnold! An absolute peach from the Liverpool captain. There might be some doubts about his form, but there are no doubts about his quality. That is top draw, and that is 2-0 for Liverpool just before half-time.
Yes, that really was a thing of beauty. Time and space afforded to the Liverpool captain. He needs very little to produce moments of magic like this. Yeah, nice early setup from Szoboszlai. You've got to get closer to him. A few strikers of the ball as clean as him in world football. Yeah, that's measured. Not too hard, concentrated on the technique, and got that elevation. I mean, it takes a lot, doesn't it, to be able to get it up and over any goalkeeper from that range. And off the post, pretty much unstoppable.
The smile back on the face of Liverpool's number 66, and they are en route now, surely, to the fourth round. There's a mountainous task for Accrington Stanley to retrieve anything from this. It's a bruising time to concede. It's a brilliant goal to concede.
Yeah, that just seriously flattens the team talk at half-time from John Doolan. It would have been positive going in at 1-0, saying we've got a chance. A little bit of arrogance, complacency on their part. We can get back on level terms. It's slightly different now, I'm afraid.
That's his first Anfield goal of the season. His only previous one was away at West Ham in that 5-0 win. So Liverpool in the driving seat, and their captain has put them there. A fabulous strike on the stroke of half-time, adding to that from Diogo Jota, which had given them the lead. On 29 minutes. So form has prevailed, league standing has prevailed in the first half here at Anfield. Liverpool leading League Two Accrington Stanley by 2-0.
the sign, isn't it, when there's the tempo's raised and a quick interchange from the superior players. Chances, you'd imagine, will never be far away.
Swept on beautifully by Alexander-Arnold for Nunez. Chiesa, Nunez, Henderson.
Needs to busy himself into the game, Federico Chiesa. Go looking for work.
Josh Woods. Corner kick for Accrington Stanley.
Beware defensively, set pieces. That's to Accrington, by the way, not Liverpool. We'll be, of course, looking to clear this as quickly as possible.
In by Liam Coyle. Josh Woods. Jota behind for another Accrington corner. The two Liverpool lads combining for Accrington Stanley there.
Yeah, dropping ball. Just not quite low enough for him to take a step back and then try and volley it back across.
That definitely wasn't in the quadrant, but Accrington allowed to take it on. Wally has it back for Woods, who rattles the crossbar. Well, you talked about the Liverpool fan wanting to score at Anfield for Accrington Stanley. He very nearly did that.
Well, that one was hit and stayed hit. That was a terrific strike, just dipping a little bit, and Kelleher had gotten himself across, but the ball just as if he almost thought he was going over the Liverpool goalkeeper. I'm not sure he could have done anything about it if it was 6 inches lower. Super strike.
Oh yeah. Well, he'll be able to tell his friends and family, his grandchildren, about the time he nearly scored at Anfield.
Yeah. It's a story, isn't it? Not a great one, but not bad.
Better than most have, that's true. Here's Shimikas now for Liverpool. Just a little over-eager there, Henderson, stretching into Harvey Elliott. Slot will be relieved to see that so far it hasn't really been one of those games where the League Two side looked to bridge the gap with physicality, although Harvey Elliott on the ground, given his injury history, is never a pretty sight.
Yeah, I've been there with ankle injuries. They are horrible ones to deal with. You wouldn't really risk it if there's a chance of further damage to Harvey Elliott. And if you plan to give him another 20 or so minutes. And now, to be honest, the way he's gingerly making his way to his feet, you say, you know what, that's enough for you, let's get you off. And any inflammation building up over the next few minutes.
Well, let's hope this isn't as serious as it potentially appears for Harvey Elliott. It's not a man moving comfortably by any means as he makes his way off on this near side. Liverpool had already prepared a double change, which didn't involve Harvey Elliott. Interesting to see whether he's factored into the thinking here. Well, off comes Tyler Morton. And he will be replaced by James McConnell, the 20-year-old who came through the youth system at Sunderland but has started to make his way with the Liverpool first team. We saw him come on as substitute in the League Cup quarter-final. He comes on here in the FA Cup third round, and Trent Alexander-Arnold's afternoon work is done, and Conor Bradley his replacement. It's worth another look at his party piece, isn't it?
Absolutely, a terrific strike, and he does this against top-level opposition. Very pleased with his afternoon's efforts, and of course if the team can go on and get an even more convincing scoreline, then doubly happy.
Well, given the time on the clock, almost exactly on the hour mark, you would suspect that's a premeditated change from Arne Slot. A stage of the season where it's all about managing minutes. Speaking of which, Harvey Elliott, which is a good sight to see, is back out there for now anyway. Of the big hitters, the ones you'd expect to be in the side on Tuesday night at the City Ground: Luis Diaz, Alexis McAllister, Andy Robertson, all available should they be needed from the bench. Movement on that Accrington bench. I can see Seamus Keneally and Conor O'Brien stripped and ready for action, so John Doolan's going to shake things up before too long. Zach Orr. Josh Woods. Offside. The flag quickly up against Tyler Walton.
Oh, he wasn't. Well, not even close to being offside.
Andrew Fox, the assistant on the far side. A reminder that VAR is not in operation at this stage. If it were this time last year, it would have been, but such as the regulation's been tweaked. So changes up for Accrington Stanley. Dan Martin and Josh Woods withdrawn, and on come Seamus Keneally and Conor O'Brien. Seamus Keneally is one of the long-serving foot soldiers of Accrington Stanley in his 11th season at the club now. And as he has done in both round one and round two, he's come off the bench. But unlike in the previous rounds, Accrington are going to struggle to manoeuvre a winning position out of this.
Yeah, I think Jim Doolan was well aware of that once that second goal went in just before half-time. From that moment onwards, I thought he would have been thinking about giving all of the substitutes, or enough of them, the opportunity to play out Anfield.
Yeah, he'd disappointed a few with his team selection today. The likes of Liam Coyle and Sean Conneely, who both come off the bench, would have been hoping to start. And they'll be hoping to prove a point here. Oh, what a chance! Donald Love coming in and putting it over the bar.
Quickly taken corner kick. Liverpool sleepy defensively, and he should score. He's got to keep that down, completely unmarked, unchallenged. In the end, it's well over the crossbar. What a glorious chance that is. That would have been a story.
No matter what your level, you don't get too many chances here at Anfield when you're taking on Liverpool. And that goes down as a big one. Maybe goes down as the one. Here's Ngamoa. Jota. It's a good turn by McConnell to start that move off. Wally up against Kwanzaa. The old warhorse has a corner for Accrington Stanley.
If they keep plugging away, Bill, who knows, they may get another chance. Donald Love would certainly want to make amends.
Ben Woods didn't quite catch that as he would have hoped. Alex Henderson, and Liverpool, as they did with the first, looked to break quickly. That was the route to the opening goal from Diogo Jota. Elliott seems to be moving freely enough, which is good news for Liverpool. Chiesa. Well, the plan to give Conor Bradley 30 minutes, Trent Alexander-Arnold an hour. It's going to be very interesting to see who is the starting right back at the City Ground, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah. I'm leaning towards Bradley at the moment because he's a strong tackler, determined defensively. Considering who he'll be facing as well, Anthony Elanga. That Trent Alexander won't be able to cope with the Forest wide man if he gets enough support, but Bradley feel as if capable one-on-one.
Might fall to Conor O'Brien. He couldn't control it. Shimikas away. Henderson. Love. Jota. Now Chiesa to run at Accrington Stanley. To find Darwin Núñez, who was tracked every inch of the way by Farrend Rawson. The Uruguayan blunted by the former Forest Green Rovers man.
I wanted more pace on the ball from Federico Chiesa. That's actually not a good pass at all. That's got to be 3-4 yards in front of the Uruguayan. He can then really get himself up and running, full steam ahead. I don't think then the defender Farrend Rawson would have been able to stay with him. Just got to wait for the football and then drag it along with you. Gives the defender the chance. Good block in the end.
Just about the halfway point of this second half. The damage so far done in the first. The goals from Jota and Trent Alexander-Arnold. The corner from Shimikas in front of the Kop. Rawson's header. Henderson away. O'Brien gives chase. Both the captains who started the match having now departed. We have new captains in Seamus Conneely for Accrington Stanley And Endo has taken on the armband for his club, just as he wears for his country.
Yeah.
It's one of the factors that many often think stands Liverpool in good stead for the second half of this season in terms of their title credentials, their trophy credentials, is that they do have so many captains within the side, or within the squad in the case of Endo.
Yeah, it's a Bosline, another person who's captain for his country, so he, along with Van Dijk, Alexander Arnold has captained Liverpool a few times. A shortage of leader Mo Salah as well, experienced campaigner.
Jayden Dans, you could see in your picture a moment ago, getting instruction before an introduction, and we gather it'll be Rio and Gamoa who will make way. An afternoon that the 16-year-old will never forget. Endo. Stolen back for Accrington Stanley by Love. O'Brien. Endo stopped it getting through to the intended target, which was Tyler Walton, who has 3 goals in 2 FA Cup ties thus far, including a couple against Swindon last time out. And that's one statistic that is even Stevens, the corner count. And Anfield will rise here. What has been an impressive debut from that young man. 16 years and 135 days old. Rio and Gamoa, Liverpool's youngest ever player in the FA Cup.
Yeah, history maker for the football club, and a massive day for him. Just faded towards the end of the first half a little bit. He's not had much opportunity to shine the second. Valuable minutes. I mean, he'll never be as nervous again stepping onto a football field, that's for sure. If he ever was to start with.
A Coyle corner, too much on that one. Well, 2 moments in the second half which will be firmly filed in the what if or if only categories for Accrington Stanley. Josh Woods hitting the crossbar and Donald Love heading over the bar.
Well, the Woods was a terrific hit, wasn't it? Well worked.
Chiesa trying to squeeze it in, but Billy Krellin did enough.
That was a lovely ball. Nice run from Chiesa. Ben Wood just did enough, stayed on his feet. Continued the arm wrestle, if you like. Yeah, it's good defensive play, didn't go to ground, and the goalkeeper does the rest. Chiesa, I think, was looking for the pass.
Punched away by Krellin, and effectively so. Dance featured prominently amongst the youth who helped Liverpool across the line to their last piece of silverware, Jurgen Klopp's last piece of silverware, the Carabao Cup last season.
Yeah, Downs plays with quite a bit of fire in his belly, puts himself about, and seems to be respecting the opposition he's playing against in a good way.
Bradley. "86 places in the league ladder between these two clubs. If Accrington can get out of here with the scoreline as it is now, that's a very respectable defeat, if there is such a thing.
Absolutely. One thing that the fans would fear most, the away fans, is a heavy beating. It sours the afternoon, doesn't it? Went to Anfield, had a great day out, but you lost 5 or 6 by that margin. It seemed to be on the scorecards at the moment.
Well, the Anfield atmosphere is fairly benign. The appetite from the Liverpool players not as intense as it might be to go seeking a third. Dance snapping in. Beyond Coyle. Brilliant work by Dance. Now Chiesa! Denied, but Dance will not be. Well, he started the move, Jayden Dance, and goodness me, did he finish it. Fabulous stuff from the substitute. And Liverpool have a third.
Well, there's the all-action Jayden Dance I was talking about. He's involved. Not a great pass actually from Diogo Jota, but look at him seize on that rebound, if you like, past the two Accrington players, and there he is to snap up the rebound. It's a lovely way to pass to Chiesa, who I think once again should have done better. Not the greatest of first touches. Yeah, slid a bit away from him, that allows the goalkeeper to come out and smother. But there's Downs, the man on the move, the only one really on the move with any speed and intensity for Liverpool, and an easy finish, well deserved. And he knows how to celebrate.
And that should be that. The Accrington Stanley optimists sure will now be realists that this one is done and dusted. That's why the most likely man to score is withdrawn, Tyler Walton. And on in his place comes Kelsey Mooney. Liverpool are going to make another change. Trey Nioni.
Done well enough, Wataru Endo. I would like to see him getting a lot more game time. There's been a slight overuse of Ryan Gravenberch in the Liverpool midfield, and you're going to need as many destroyers fit and in form from the sharp end of the season. I think the Japanese international is deserving of more game time. We'll see what happens over the next few weeks, but once again another baby face entering the field for Liverpool.
Well, he was also a 16-year-old debutant in the FA Cup against Southampton back in February. He's now the grand old age of 17.
Certainly different to the other two youngsters. Nguam is more of a runner with a football, tricky winger. Trey Nioni's those guys in. Quite sure what his best position will be moving forward, but composed on the ball, nice and calm with his passing, precise.
That was a lovely touch back into the path of Kwanzaa by Bradley. Chiesa might get another opportunity here. Giving the impression, Federico Chiesa, like he's trying to force it a little bit. over-eager.
Yeah, everything at the moment just done with a little bit too much speed. I suppose that's a sign of the anxiousness, lack of game time and looking to impress.
Less haste.
Yeah, more productivity. Unfortunately, he's playing second fiddle to a guy called Mo Salah, who's not off the boil, is he, at all?
Ripping up the record books on a weekly basis, seemingly. Overtaking the man who got 2 goals the last time these two sides met in this competition, Billy Liddell. Chiesa, up and running for Liverpool. Elliott. Nothing Dance could do with that.
As soon as I saw Elliott coming up on the right side, I thought this ball has got to be perfect for Elliott to actually hit it with his left foot. Once it went that little bit wide of his teammate, it was always going to be difficult.
Woods down the line. Kwanzaa. As we approach the closing stages here, it's clear to see what Arne Slot's strategy was in terms of who needed minutes and who needed how many of them. We've still got Darwin Núñez out there, we've still got Diogo Jota out there. A block from Holly, as we see who has been firing the most accurate passes in the second half. Alexander-Arnold has been off the pitch 20 minutes and he still tops the charts.
That's a whole game stats, isn't it?
Yeah.
No surprise when he's at the top of that list. Consistent, top-class performer in the passing stakes. Yeah, Jota needs the game time. That goal will do him a lot of good, of course. We know he can score at the top level.
O'Brien. Well, he said it before, Arne Slot, these Accrington Stanley players have come here knowing this is their cup final. They've approached it as such. It's been the talk of the Wham Stadium all week. And Liverpool need to match their intensity and then tap into their quality, and they've been able to do that. First goal, a textbook counter-attack from an Accrington Stanley corner in front of the Kop. The second one, a piece of individual brilliance from Trent Alexander-Arnold, and the third one, the drive of Dan's at the very heart of it after coming off the bench. Or had too much of a hold of Jayden Dan's. Ben Woods will fire this one in. On by Rawson, and brought in by Kelleher. Objective number one for Accrington Stanley is to stay in the Football League. Their story is a fabulous one, a footballing fairy tale. Back in the early 60s they had to resign from the Football League because of financial irregularities. The club was reborn, rose again. 2004-05 season. The now departed John Coleman, their manager, brought them from the Conference into the Football League. The second spell took them into League One. They were relegated a couple of years ago, and so important that they are able to keep hold of their league status for the existence of their club. They bobble along at the bottom of the footballing food chain, but do so very well.
Well, money's garnered from this FA Cup run, culminating, it seems, with a defeat at Anfield this afternoon. Will certainly help them moving forward, and just gives them a little bit more purchasing power, doesn't it? 2 new faces, perhaps, to bolster their end to the season campaign.
Young John Doolan, who took over in March, has had a very difficult start to the season. They've had a very good start to this calendar year 2024, and this shouldn't throw them off track. Losing to the best side in the business at the moment. Elliott lets it run. Bradley not giving Orr a moment of space, in fact not giving him enough space. Free kick to Accrington Stanley. O'Brien. Shimikas. O'Connell. And away. Well, there'd have been a little bit of fear from Liverpool as to how this one might have gone if it all went pear-shaped. There'd have been hopes from Arne Slot as to what he wanted to achieve here, as well as progression. I think he's probably ticked most boxes, hasn't he?
Yeah, very gratifying performance. A situation, found himself lots of game time for players and hopefully nobody injured.
Nunez going to ground. Jota. Chiesa. And Chiesa hits the foot of the post. He's denied a first for the club, and Liverpool denied a fourth on the afternoon.
He does like that move, doesn't he, Federico Chiesa, cutting in from his right onto the left through the legs. Not quite a clean strike, just dragged it a little bit. The goalkeeper's wrong-footed, but he would have seen that, the Italian, that all the way that was hitting the post.
Well, he'll need a run of games to get up to speed to show anything like the sort of form that helped power Italy to the European title against England at Wembley in 2021. Most of his football has been taken away from him since then by injury. Effort from range by Wally, straight down the throat of Kelleher.
Nice clean strike. Yeah, that was travelling, good technique, kept it down well. He's played well, hasn't he, the veteran?
Dance. O'Brien. Dancing with Shimikas, pirouetting in the creek. It's the free kick for Liverpool.
Not sure who was holding who there. How do you work that one out?
5 minutes added on.
Argentinian quick step. Chiesa finds the corner, and he has his first for Liverpool. He'll enjoy that. He needed that. Liverpool 4, Accrington Stanley 0.
Well, what a big moment, Federico Chiesa. Not the cleanest of strikes. It bobbles about 3 or 4 times, but it's past the goalkeeper. You know, through the legs, yeah, it does. I mean, how often do we see that? Zacco, who's had a pretty good afternoon, the unfortunate man, the goalkeeper can do nothing about it. The second one in off the post, Billy Krellin can do nothing about it. Enough power behind it, and the goalkeeper perhaps just a little bit slow to move over, thinking that that's going to get blocked. Celebration is full of relief for the Italian. Yeah, that says, oh, finally arrived. A goal at the Kop end.
Well, I talked a moment ago about the boxes that Arne Slot wanted to tick here this afternoon. That's another big one done. Chiesa scoring for Liverpool. The numbers in terms of the scoreline, pretty much an irrelevance, and then this game has long since been won for the men in red. But that's a big bonus, a big plus point. Inside 5 minutes of added time now. Elliott, Bradley.
That's overhit.
And Elliott, in keeping it in, has presented it to Coyle. Naoni. Bradley, beyond words, looking for Nunez. That would be the final box to tick, wouldn't it, for Liverpool, Nunez if they could get one for Darwin Nunez.
Bradley's great at this. Just clipping the ball through the opposing player's legs, or just around against Man United, I think, when he came on, the latter part of the game. Who against now?
Eventually the goal coming for Federico Chiesa, but it wasn't for a lack of trying. He's had more efforts on goal than anyone else out there this afternoon. Four goals, 4 different scorers. You see on your picture one of them. A reminder for Arne Slot, who's alongside Johnny Heitinga there in the Liverpool dugout, that there is strength and depth indeed at this football club. Kelleher can watch that one sail behind. Well, no one, I think, Evan, will be too massively surprised to see this scoreline, the level of Liverpool's superiority over opposition from 86 places below them in the league ladder. And I think as far as Liverpool are concerned, given the fact that they drew here against Manchester United, that they lost against Spurs last time out, and that they've been able to rest so many, get back to winning ways, and just steady the noise about fatigue and all those sort of things that were starting to build up.
Yeah, being able to give so many of your regular first team players a few days off, you can imagine, is big at this time of the year. So you can almost treat it as a non-game, can't you, for the squad, really. There shouldn't be any fatigue after this game. They've largely been able to play at their own pace, not been forced into doing any kind of defensive work, really.
Another look at the outgoing Accrington Stanley chairman. I think he spotted himself on the screen there, hasn't he?
He's happy. He's just thinking about, what am I going to do with all this cash?
Very happy retirement.
Leave the club in a good state.
Yeah, he's not that sort, is he, at all? He will very much reinvest it and leave the club in good hands.
You have to, don't you? You have to take advantage of these windfalls and whatever you can do to improve the training facilities and the ground you play at. It'll be remembered by fans long after you've gone.
Well, Accrington, of course, in its previous guise, one of the founder members of the Football League. It's a proud old name in a real footballing hotbed, the Lancastrian Hills, the northwest of England. Elliott, hotly pursued by Coyle.
It's a defeat, isn't it, for John Doolan's men, but it's not a hefty one, by no means embarrassing. 4-0 is nothing to be ashamed about. Good day's work for Liverpool, players and staff alike.
So Accrington Stanley's cup run comes to an end at Anfield. They've done themselves a great service, though. They've given Liverpool plenty to think about here this afternoon, but in the end, the cream rose. Goals from Jota and Trent Alexander-Arnold in the first half, from Jadon Danns, and a first for Liverpool for Federico Chiesa in the second. A couple of nearly moments in there for Accrington Stanley, but the leaders of the Premier League and the leaders of the Champions League progress in the Emirates FA Cup to the draw for round 4. Final score at Anfield, Liverpool 4, Accrington Stanley 0.
the rest of his career and beyond.
But then there's no doubt that will give them just that little bit of confidence that breaking quickly, they could create opportunities. They're going to be few and far between, but certainly they have to believe that they can make chances.
This chip goes all the way through to Burgoyne, who's probably also grateful for an early touch. Very strongly. On his way to Tyreek George here. James, an international of course, but really struggling to get into the Chelsea team this season.
Gusto seems to be the #1 selection in that right back position. Cucurella on the left. As you said, 10 changes from the team that started against Palace.
This time for Chelsea. Tosin Adarabioyo with the pass. There was nobody on the end of it. There's Derek Adams, the Morecambe boss, when asked who Chelsea's biggest threat was today, he said numbers 1 to 11. I don't think he expected too many attacking opportunities, but certainly Ben Tollett had one.
Yeah, and it was really well crafted from the visitors. He'll be delighted with the start they've made.
Back to goalkeeper Jorgensen. Tosin. Lavia has it. Obviously Morecambe expect to be on the defensive for much of today's game. I heard the manager before the game talking about how they've just got to manage the space out there.
And you can see the way they're dropping back, keeping as compact as they can. Happy for Chelsea to play across the front. It's the forward passes and the forward runs from Chelsea players that they really have to be aware of.
Marker's getting back, winning the ball well for Morecambe. It's in transition, they've got to be so careful. It's another one for Tollett to get after, and he's in again, Ben Tollett. Daka's in the middle. Jorgensen able to fall upon it.
It was a brilliant Hendry ball from that right back position in behind Vega that gave Tollett the opportunity to run the channel and get in possession high up the field again.
There's George, the younger players in the team. Joao Felix, it's deflected wide. It'll be a Chelsea corner.
Good block from the captain. Songo quickly out to Joao Felix. Blocking the attempt. Goes away for the first Chelsea corner.
Set-piece test for Morecambe. Early free kick led to a very good chance for Axel Disasi, who is forward once again here. So too is Tosin. There is an awful lot of pushing and shoving going on, and referee Andrew Kitchen wants a word.
Yeah, stop. And Disasi wrestling in that 18-yard box. Referee Andrew Kitchen is across it. Well,
we're going to have a dance.
Maybe dancing, not wrestling.
Decent looking corner, and somehow Morecambe survive it. Felix with the drive over the top. And claiming handball, or a deflection at the very least, but I think it will be a goal kick here.
Yeah, I think it would be very unfortunate for Morecambe if Felix's volley is deemed a handball. Poor Tollett clearance. He's saying it struck hands as he strikes. There's the poor Tollett clearance, there's the volley. Does it hit a hand? Can't see them being given a penalty for anything like that.
For anyone out there who doesn't realise, there's no video assistant referee today. You don't get VAR in the FA Cup until the 5th round. So we're solely at the discretion of the man in black today, Andrew Kitchen. Going old school for the world's oldest football cup competition.
We might just have been waiting and still waiting for some sort of decision, and the referee's decision was absolutely right.
Zambia's early pass, and Nkunku as the front runner. Prevented the goal kick. Welcome back in possession.
Yeah, White tracking the run of Nkunku right the way back to the byline.
Packers couldn't get in under control. He's going to have such an important role today, the centre forward. Not so much with goal-scoring chances, but giving his teammates the opportunity to relieve the pressure on themselves by just holding the ball and allowing them to clear their lines, reorganise.
You can see how deep he's dropping, but you're absolutely right there. When and if they break out, they need to be able to play into him. He needs to keep the ball, take the pressure off and link the play.
There's Tyrick George going at Hendry. Tollett helping out. It's George, the pass was a little behind him. Morecambe should be able to clear their lines. Good tackle though from Felix. Tyrick George again. Right across the face of goal. And no one there to apply the finishing touch.
Well, it's a brilliant Felix tackle to win possession back. George then picked it up. He's looking for someone to arrive at the far post. Fizzes it through the 6-yard box. No one there.
Tyrick George, just 18 years of age. He's making his 9th appearance for the first team today. The bad news for Morecambe is that there are some very, very big names on the Chelsea bench as well. Enzo Fernandez, Cole Palmer, Jadon Sancho, Nicholas Jackson, they're all down there. So even if Morecambe somehow survive into the second half, it's one hell of a cavalry that Chelsea can bring on.
Well, I'm sure Marescu's not intending to use them, but it's been a good start. Tollett late with that challenge, striking for the ball.
That's another one that a video assistant might have something to say about. Here today, though, there's George again. Felix, little flick. Dackers on the edge of his own box, the centre forward. A sign of things to come.
Yeah, there's already a couple of nice little battles developing. Certainly Hendry against George on this left-hand side. Felix going infield, allowing George to get forward. Every opportunity coming up against Luke Hendry.
Just drying the ball ahead of the throw. Dackers challenges for. Did well. Edwards now. Shrugged off it by James. Nkunku into the path of Neto. Very quick to close down the space. Here's Lavia. James. Deflection on it. Nkunku couldn't control. That ball just went out, so a goal kick. Oh no, a corner given.
Well, I think he just reacted a little bit late by going in the Morecambe goal. He came to claim it because he sensed that there'd been a slight deflection and it would end up as a Chelsea corner had he not kept it in. The linesman, assistant on that side, saying it crossed the byline, Chelsea corner.
I thought Nkunku might have touched it last. Obviously not, as it will be a Chelsea corner. Over the head of Disasi, Tosin there and off the frame of the goal.
Well, he's appealing for another corner. He thinks that his header is deflected onto the post, onto the upright. We'll see it, this near post. It's actually a challenge from Williams. No, it's correct in respect that he's tossing with the head up. It just hits the outside of the upright.
A couple of narrow escapes for Morecambe in the opening 14 minutes here. To ride their luck plenty more if they're to have any chance of coming away from Stamford Bridge with a result. Has to be settled today, of course. No replays anymore. Extra time and penalties on the way if we are at 0-0 at 90 minutes. Suffice to say, though, that is a very, very long shot.
I just wonder if we are going to have more shots because of these rulings today. No extra time, obviously no replays, extra time penalties. It's all finished in the one game. And there will be shots, Dan. It's the FA Cup. There always is. Where is it going to be? today, tomorrow.
It's got to be the belief that Morecambe bring into today's game. There will be shocks, why shouldn't it be us? So good header, gathered by Burgoyne. Maybe a corner.
Well, Felix actually out-jumps the Morecambe captain for the header. Songo the closest to him as a Neto cross comes in. I think it actually hits the Morecambe captain. Keeper trying to stop it from going out. It is a corner kick, and rightly so.
Coming together between the blue and the red shirts. These players getting to know each other very well in the opening stages here. The dangerous corner finds its way to Felix. Both sides appeal. Chelsea once again feel they're owed a penalty.
Well, they feel it's a penalty, but was it out?
And what is the decision here?
I think he's given a penalty. He's asking his assistant now, does this go out before Felix fires it back from the byline? Heavy touch, eyes on the line. That's handball, it's a penalty kick.
It's Captain Jan Songo.
It hasn't gone out.
What was he thinking? Lifting his arms up like that. He's taking
He's saying the ball. He's saying to his teammates the ball was out there, but it wasn't. We can see it's got to be a whole ball over the line. Looks like the ball is still sitting on top of that white line as Felix just really fires it back towards the danger area, and the captain raises his arms above his head, blocking the ball. Penalty kick.
Christopher Nkunku has placed the ball for Chelsea. He can take the lead with 17 minutes gone in this third round FA Cup tie. It's Nkunku, it's saved! And on the rebound they can't squeeze it in either. Harry Burgoyne, the hero for Morecambe.
Wow, what a stop. He stays up for a long time, does the goalkeeper, and he just reads. You can see the ball going away to his right-hand side at full stretch, makes a superb save. And then he's up to react to the second attempt, keeps it out, keeps his team in this cup tie.
The pressure will stay on from the corner. They haven't dealt with these set pieces well, Morecambe. Once again, it's a Chelsea player on the end of it. Disassi, not for the first time, winning the header at the set piece, but it's still 0-0 at Stamford Bridge.
And just the more and more of these chances that are passed up, the more and more little bit of tension comes into your play. But for this young man, what a magnificent penalty stop to keep this game level. Does he leave his line? Yes, he does. No VAR for the assistant to notify the referee. Didn't happen, and Morecambe keep it out.
Yes, the goalkeeper there was most definitely off his line, and as you say, if we had VAR, that would have been retaken. As things stand, it will go down as a save or a penalty miss, whichever way you want to look at it, and so Morecambe stay level.
And how happy are they? Fearing the worst after just 16 minutes. Goalkeeper's made a wonderful penalty save.
Tonda's throw. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to get a game on here at Stamford Bridge. Offside against Quion Edwards. It's such a surprise to see Nkunku miss. He's probably the most senior man of Chelsea's shadow squad. 18 Premier League appearances this season, 12 goals in all competitions, but he couldn't find a way past Harry Burgoyne in the Morecambe goal. James. Chelsea will try again. Tollett having to come through 2 challenges, make that 3, and he lost out to Lavia. with the interception. It's absolute chaos out there at the moment.
That's brilliant from Tutonda. With his back to play, spins, clever little bit of skill, draws the foul, wins the free kick, just takes the pressure off.
Adams, not only was he in charge for Morecambe's last visit here in 2021, he was also Plymouth Argyle manager when the Pilgrims got a 0-0 draw at Anfield in 2017. Liverpool narrowly beat Argyle in the replay. Here's Tollett. Vega threw himself at it and is rewarded with a throw. I'm not sure how Chelsea got that decision.
I'm not sure the assistant was actually looking at the ball when the challenge went in. Because it rolled forward and towards him as he saw the ball, he gave the throw in to Chelsea.
Sassi caught in possession by Dackers. Chelsea must make sure that there's no complacency in their approach today, otherwise they could become embarrassed. Here's Reece James. Vega. Felix now. 10 minutes gone at Stamford Bridge, no score in this third round time. Morecambe giving a good account of themselves at the moment. They're having to survive a penalty saved by Harry Maguire.
Yeah, but you would expect that coming to Chelsea in the third round. You know they're going to have possession, you know they're going to create chances. They haven't given up a goal at this point, 20 minutes in. They'll be delighted with this start.
Vega. To George. He has to take on two players, the left winger, every time he gets it.
Yeah, Tollett getting back to cover with Hendry on that right side.
And try again, George. Same two, blocking his path. Finds Felix though. Still João Felix. Nimble stuff from the Portuguese midfielder. And that's not a bad ball in. Morecambe half deal with it. The way as far as Neto here. James. Lavia. Songo got his head to it. Chelsea getting closer and closer.
Well, Songo's blocked that, but almost got knocked out with Felix's attempt.
Morecambe couldn't be any deeper, could they? They're almost lined up on their own 6-yard box.
And that is the problem. They started well in terms of holding that line on the 18-yard box, but look at the number of red shirts back in the penalty box as the ball strikes the captain in the face. He's okay, good block.
Words of wisdom from the manager to these Morecambe players, who many of whom have never experienced anything like this. Songo, one of two in the team that did play at Stamford Bridge last time. It wasn't in an atmosphere like this.
Well, when that draw come out, they would have all been looking forward to their trip to Stamford Bridge today, and they are loving it. 23 minutes in, penalty saved, not conceded, still in this cup tie.
Well, this is a Morecambe side, 2 points off the bottom of the EFL, 4 points from safety at the moment. Morecambe's survival prospects were given a massive boost over Christmas. Oh, that was a close run thing as Jorgensen had to find a way past Dackers.
Well, it's a brilliant piece of skill from Jorgensen, then it through his legs, just twisting away from the pressure that Dackers put him under.
Now Guillou, side netting.
First chance for Guillou, in behind, stop. Nice run, well-weighted pass. Now can he finish? He's onside from a tight angle. Keeper has it covered at the near post.
As we've seen of the Spanish striker, here's the chance at the other end. How about that for confidence?
He should be out the field rather than in goal. Morgan Jorgensen, fabulous skills. They'll be happy with that. 10 attempts for Chelsea, 1 for the visitors. 1 on target for both sides. 0-0 the score, the most important thing. St James, he's really put himself around as a centre forward.
Songo on the end of that cross, it falls to Tollitt, taking on Vega and getting the cross in. Jorgensen couldn't claim it first time around. Oh, a little bit slippery for the Chelsea goalkeeper.
Yeah, not as proficient with his hands as he was with his feet when tested. Yes, he comes under physical pressure. It's a really good cross to the back post area. You see a lot of physical contact, drops it once, fumbles it twice, but manages to hold on.
Burgoyne in yellow there, who's getting the headlines at the moment in the goalkeeper stakes, having saved that Nkunku penalty. Jorgensen rather at the other end. 1 or 2 difficulties. Offside decision against Morecambe here.
I think that's Tollitt coming back from an offside position as that ball's played forward.
Sassi, Tosin. There's James now.
Well, all 11 back behind the ball. They're believing in what they're doing. They're working hard, staying compact.
George. So with the option out wide, Tutonda read it, and now Edwards for Morecambe. He just fouled Romeo Lavia, who got back and made himself very, very difficult to bypass.
Returning after injury, he needs the minutes, the game time.
It's a pretty bad luck with injuries ever since making the move to Chelsea from Southampton. 66 games since joining in the summer of 2023, his first season effectively a washout. Very highly thought of by Chelsea. Williams' header intercepted by George. So quick out there. That's the thing they've got to adjust to. Felix with a shot, and Burgoyne with another super save.
Really good save. It's clever from Felix, the way that he just turns, opens up, finds the chance to strike with his right foot. It is tight. A couple of opportunities to clear, which Morecambe didn't take. Felix here, just very, very quick with a turn and strike at the near post area. Fine right-handed save again. Lovely skill to create the opportunity. That is arrowing into the bottom corner before Burgoyne turns it round.
5th corner of the game for Chelsea. And Burgoyne called upon again. This one, though, would not have counted. He made the save, Burgoyne, but some pushing in advance of the chance.
Just a push there on the 6-yard line. Vega, I think it is, just there, which the referee spotted and blew for immediately.
They're really struggling though at those corners, aren't they, Morecambe? Every single one seems to bring about a Chelsea chance.
But this man's goal's not been breached. Fabulous half an hour from Burgoyne in that Morecambe goal.
We are coming up to the 30-minute mark. The clean sheet still intact. What an achievement it would be for Morecambe if they could go into half-time on level terms.
Well, that certainly has to be the ambition now. 15 more minutes keeping that clean sheet.
Tosin. Sassi, back from Felix. And Morecambe
the biggest cheer, apart from the penalty save of the afternoon from those Morecambe fans. Very little pressure on Disassi, a really poor pass, straight out for a goal kick. Again we see, lovely turn from Felix. It's a fine attempt towards that near post, but the keeper across with a good right-handed stop.
Chelsea's run in the UEFA Conference League has given them plenty of practice in dealing with lower-ranked opponents. And so far, the approach and the attitude has been spot on. They scored 4 against Ghent and Panathinaikos, 5 against Shamrock Rovers, and 8 against Armenian side Noah. They cannot find a way past League 2 Morecambe with 31 minutes gone. There's Neto. He waits in the middle.
But Dan, I'm sure many of those games were very much like this. Lots of possession, they have to be concentrated in respect of keep going about it in exactly the same way. And the chance will come, it's taking those chances, it's going to make the difference.
Stepping in and preventing George from making any progress. And it ends with a Morecambe goal kick.
And it is those Morecambe fans that are cheering, that are loud in this stadium this afternoon. They're enjoying what they're seeing.
It's a day off from the relegation battle. A trip to the west of London. An opportunity to grasp with both hands, as if it were the FA Cup itself.
Absolutely nothing to lose. It is their FA Cup final.
The Shrimps are enjoying it so far at Stamford Bridge. Weathered the storm, the opening half hour. Edwards penalised for his wholehearted challenge on Reece James. Free kick to Chelsea.
I've got to say, I felt he was a little bit unfortunate there. It's a coming together with Reece James. Yes, he's just fallen on his left leg at the back, which the referee has deemed as the foul.
Neto. Challenge from Edwards, clean one this time, but takes in very quickly onto the ball for Chelsea. Disassi has it now.
Morecambe team that are totally committed to the cause.
Very much so. Here's Vega. So slipping in the pass, which Felix wasn't really expecting. Songo getting a shove, but staying on his feet. Morecambe throw. They are celebrating every throw, every goal kick, every tackle, and good luck to them.
Well, Songo's looking at the referee. Andrew Kitching felt he was pushed by Felix. Then he clears the ball. Dackers makes a challenge. It goes for a throw-in, and another massive roar from the Morecambe supporters. They just want a throw-in.
James.
Chelsea need to pick it up. They need to be a bit quicker with their passing. They need to be just show that quality that they possess. At the moment, the game getting mixed up, being scrappy, suits Morecambe.
Marcus Dackers now. Ben Tollett is in the middle. What can Dackers do against Tosin? Forces the goalkeeper into a save of sorts.
I'm not sure if it was a shot or a cross, but where it ended up, the keeper had to be at full stretch to cut it out. Dackers just getting the run on Tosin, and then when he cuts back inside, you can see Tollett arriving at that back post. I think it's a miss-hit shot rather than a cross.
Once again in Chelsea possession, deep in Morecambe territory.
Who are, as the half's wearing on, sinking a little bit deeper. You can see the number of red shirts now, just literally 5 5 yards outside their penalty box, all now back in that 18-yard box.
Ito's cross repelled, Daka's sent flying, and it'll be a Morecambe free kick.
He's done well, Dackers, he's worked hard. It's a good free kick to win, just to take the pressure off, slow the game down and the momentum. He fell awkwardly as he was challenged there.
Now, we mentioned that Marcus Dackers is still waiting for his first Morecambe goal, but you can see why they picked him today. He's worked so hard and he's caused Chelsea a lot of problems.
And that is a poor Vega challenge. You've got to say, look, he looks at Dackers, he never looks at the ball, crashes into him. I think that's a really poor challenge.
Fingers crossed that Marcus Dackers is going to be okay to continue. Gives Morecambe a chance to just reorganise a little bit, take a breath. 10 minutes or so until they can go to the sanctity of the dressing room at half-time.
Well, Captain Songo's in deep conversation with Derek Adams. He's seen something that he feels they need to address. I think Dackers is going to be okay, but I do feel it was a really poor Vega challenge.
Maresca to issue a few alterations as well. As you said, Clive, they're just a little bit off the boil in the last 5 or 10 minutes, Chelsea. They started at a terrific pace. Morecambe just about lived with it.
Yeah, just that drop of tempo, not slick and quick in possession and passing of the ball, Chelsea. And really, in the last 10 minutes, made very few clear-cut chances. Dackers is up.
Have to go off in order to come back on again. I'm sure that Marcus Dackers will be okay to continue. He's on loan from Salford City, the Welsh striker. He scored only once for anyone in well over a year. It was on loan to non-league Southend United last season. He is proving a thorn in the side to some very big names in that Chelsea team.
Yeah, he's giving that Chelsea rear guard an uncomfortable afternoon to this point.
Here's Tosin, Dackers to slow him up, to advance into the Morecambe half.
Man down Morecambe, defending this situation.
So I think it can't get any more difficult. Morecambe have got to do it with a temporary numerical disadvantage. Now he's waved back on Dackers. He wasn't very generous there, was he? He can wait a long time. Oh, that's another dangerous cross. George is there with the header. Get another bite at it here. Tyreek George onto the right foot. Now the left-footed cross. There's Nkunku with a header wide of the target.
A strong challenge from Nkunku as the left-footed cross came in from George, but the header off target. Twisting and turning, and he cuts back onto that left foot, whips the cross in, and Nkunku with a physical challenge to make the header, and troubling the keeper.
Nkunku has played in the vast majority of Chelsea's Premier League games this season. He can't quite make it into the starting 11 on a regular basis. Only 5 Premier League starts for the club since joining for them in 2023 for €60 million. He
was bought and expected to lead the line as the centre forward, the focal point, but that really hasn't happened. Playing even today behind Guéhiou, just slightly deeper. I still think he's a number 9 and a leader of the line.
Here's Neto. James, Tosin with space. Goes for goal, it's deflected and deflected in. Tosin, Adama Biolo with the goal. Desperately bad luck for Bourgoin in goal. Chelsea's pressure tells at last. 39 minutes on the clock and the Blues lead by a goal to nil.
And it's a speculative effort that has come up trumps for Chelsea and Tosin. You're right, Dan, he had too much time. Look, standing alongside the referee. Really, Dackers should go quicker to press him. He doesn't, the shot goes in. a wicked deflection, gives the goalkeeper absolutely no chance.
Came off Callum Jones, I think. It's so unlucky for Morecambe. There was nothing Burgoyne could do once it struck his teammate. And Chelsea lead by a goal to nil.
No, that's cruel luck for the visitors. Good fortune for the home side.
And for now, the goal will be given to Tosin Adarabioyo. In the fullness of time, it may go down as a Callum Jones own goal.
Oh, an own goal for me. Wicked deflection, taking it away from the line and path that it was on towards the goalkeeper.
And Morecambe have got to stay focused. George with a cross. Fortunately for the Shrimps, it was a little overcooked. Got this far, agonisingly close to the half-time whistle. Derek Adams' team really devastated to lose a goal in that particular manner.
Yeah, a bit frustrating because his team had worked so hard. Yes, ridden a little bit of luck along the way, but given him everything up to that point. Sometimes it is good fortune that makes the difference and can turn the course of a game.
Williams finding Hendry. This game really has not given us a chance to let up. It's been all action right from the first minute.
It's been a fabulous cup tie, and Morecambe have played a massive part in that. They really have.
It just gives you an indication of the health of the English Football League, that a club struggling way down at the bottom of League Two will be such stubborn opponents for such an expensively assembled Chelsea team. Sassi finding Tosin, who once again has a go!
Well, they should have been warned. Tosin with the opening goal after a deflection, he's a nice smile on his face. Again, just left unmarked, too much time. Alongside the referee, as he was when he scored, he weighs it up, he takes 2 touches. The only thing he doesn't do is hit the target. But too easy for him to get the shot in.
Morecambe backing off and backing off, it falls to the central defenders to take advantage of the space in front of them. Tosin Adarabioyo's already done it once. He very nearly doubled his team's advantage there. Here's again Tosin, another player who must be desperately disappointed with how irregularly he's played in the Premier League this season. There's George.
But Dan, for so many of these Chelsea players, this way, a game like this is so important to them. It is their opportunity to impress the manager, to put in a performance.
George leaves it for Vega here, who looks for Felix. This one to the far post, Neto closest to it. Chitonda took it away from him. And his assistant in disagreement about who should get the throw there.
I think the referee's given a foul and the assistant has given a throw-in.
It will be a Morecambe free kick. Just looking at 80% possession for Chelsea under the circumstances. Only 1-0 at this stage is a terrific effort from Morecambe. And goalkeeper Burgoyne, of course, played the biggest part in that.
I always say it's not all about possession. There's so many different ways to win a football match. Morecambe have certainly played their part in this cup tie, and at this point are still in it. Yes, a mighty task it was from the start, and a little bit of a misfortune sees them one down.
Tyreek George went alone. Eventually ran into traffic.
Yeah, Hendry block, good block.
Sassi. James out to Neto. Chelsea trying to use the width of Stamford Bridge here. James again. His cross knocked away by Stott.
Yeah, just trying to pull that Morecambe back four as wide apart as they came, forcing Tutonda to come out to Pedro Neto on the right-hand side and Hendry on the right coming out to George, who's getting himself forward on the left.
Felix has been attack versus defence for the overwhelming majority of the first half here. Chelsea just with one deflected goal to show for it. Here's James. Into stoppage time at the end of the first half here. As Morecambe once again are able to collect a free kick. 4 minutes will be playing at the end of the first half, or a minimum of.
Yeah, that was well played by Edwards because he looked forward. There was no targets to play out. Neto just fouling him, giving Morecambe the chance just to run down the clock at the end of this first half.
Remember, Chelsea won here 4-0 against Morecambe in 2021. Mason Mount, Timo Werner, Callum Hudson-Odoi and Kai Havertz on the score sheet. None of them at Chelsea anymore.
They're at all different places around London, would you believe?
This goes to show what an excellent job Morecambe have done so far in staying competitive. Foul by Guiu on Hendry here. In the meantime, got another player down here, Morecambe.
That's White, yeah.
Tom White.
Just caught in the face there, Tom White.
Just copped an elbow from Nkunku, but I think it was more or less accidental.
It's not a flailing right arm, he's just trying to ease him away.
Stott. Sassi's header. Felix. Oh, what a good ball that is. They're going quickly off his line and got there ahead of George.
Good position from the goalkeeper. The intention from Felix was a good one, playing that ball in behind Hendry for the runner George.
It's unfortunate for Tollett. Just ran out of room.
I do think that right side is the best possibility. Tollett, certainly with a couple of flick-ons from Dackers or Hendry feeding them the ball on that right side, is where Morecambe could possibly create an opportunity.
Sassi. Tosin. James now. Remains the lowest of low blocks from Morecambe, but now they can spring forward on the counter-attack. It's Tollett, fed by captain Songo. There's no way past Felix for Tollett.
It does well there, Felix, to track back after giving the ball away.
1 more minute in the first half here. Chelsea looking to add some respectability to the scoreline. Neto herring down the right-hand side. It was behind Guiu, just as well for Morecambe that it was.
And Hendry at the back post in a good covering position, just lashes the ball away.
Actually seen an awful lot of Mark Guiu. It's because things have been so compressed in that Morecambe box. The striker's never had an opportunity to see the ball.
Just the one chance with a right foot shot from the angle into the side netting from Guiu.
Neto's delivery, De Bruyne claims it. The big star of the first half will hang on to the ball until he hears the half-time whistle, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think Morecambe will take that.
Just the 1-0 at the interval, a deflected shot from Tosin Adarabioyo. The difference between these two teams. Chelsea so close to the top of the Premier League. Morecambe one off the very foot of the English Football League ladder. But they've done themselves proud so far, the Shrimps, limiting Chelsea's opportunities at half-time at Stamford Bridge. It's Chelsea 1, Morecambe 0.
Twinings. Twinings, drinking life.
Welcome back to Stamford Bridge, where Chelsea are making 3 changes ahead of the second half of their third round cup tie, with Morecambe, Marc Cucurella, Augusto and Jadon Sancho all joining the game, as Enzo Maresca rotates his ranks once again. Chelsea lead the League Two team by just a solitary goal as we go into the second half. Morecambe have done themselves proud so far to be within a goal of the Premier League side. But more challenges and tests are coming in this second half, Clive Allen.
Yeah, I think understandable changes. James being out for a long time, Gusto introduced, Neto, who played in the Premier League game, Sancho coming in on that right-hand side, and Cucurella coming back in on that left-hand side, just to give them that little bit more balance, I feel.
Tosin's shot finds its way to Guillaume. Morecambe breaking things up as they have done all afternoon. Here's Dackers looking for Tollett, but he was never catching that one.
Maybe into the feet of Tollett was the better pass or better option for Dackers.
So confirmation of those changes then. Malo Gusto on for Reece James. Romeo Lavia also departing at half-time. Those two, of course, are short on fitness after coming back from injury. Cucurella will play in that central role in midfield, and Jadon Sancho also on for Pedro Neto. Here's Tosin, seeing a lot of the ball in advanced areas today, unable to pick out Nkunku this time.
Yeah, the idea was right. He fired that pass in towards Nkunku, couldn't control it. Looks like Vieira's going to go into that midfield area as well. Cucurella on the left, but will push forward. He's gone into that more central position as Vega. Cucurella will get forward in advanced positions inside George, who is out on the touchline.
Here's Disasi. Cucurella has been a real favourite of the manager this season. Really appreciates his all-round game, and his role under Maresca certainly requires a broad skill set. Nkunku looked like he was being held, but the referee saw nothing wrong with the challenge of Stott.
Yeah, just rolled away from Stott. Felt that he was grabbed and he went to ground. If he was having none of it, he's now caught white.
The referee might have something to say about that, because it did look a little bit predetermined, that foul by Christopher Nkunku, who was perhaps just working off a little bit of frustration.
Yeah, I think he felt aggrieved that he didn't get the free kick earlier. Reece James taking a seat after 45 minutes. Much needed for him.
In their games against Premier League opposition before now, Morecambe have lost by an aggregate score of 10-1. Remember, they also played against Spurs in the third round of the FA Cup in 2022. Cross there, which no one was even close to getting on the end of, but the Morecambe fans enjoyed it all the same.
Right, it really was fired in with pace from Tollett on that right-hand side. Dackers feeds him. Edwards at the bottom of your screen. He's just trying to creep in at that far post area. I think that was the intended target.
It was almost more shot than cross, wasn't it?
It looked like it.
There's George. Early stages of the second half, but things continuing pretty much where they left off.
Well, 80-20 possession in the first half from Chelsea. I think they'll be expecting much of the same in the second half.
And it's this man, Tosin Adarabioyo, who's been a key distributor of the ball. George has it this time. Cucurella made the run for him and pulled it back nicely. Chance, great save, Burgoyne, and Nkunku on the follow-up makes it 2-0 Chelsea. It's taken just 5 minutes in the second half for the Blues to double their lead. Christopher Nkunku, who missed from the penalty spot in the first half, makes no mistake this time.
Yeah, and it's that man, the substitute Cucurella, who's made that run in behind the defence that's made the difference. He wants the pass, gets to the ball and cuts it back. Should be cleared there. Poor defending from Jones. Comes out, the shot goes in after a really poor control here from Jones. Vega with a shot, comes back to Nkunku, who gleefully side-foots it into the bottom corner. The cup tie may well be over now.
Nkunku with his 13th goal of the season. Harry Burgoyne beaten for the second time today, despite making a splendid save moments earlier. Measure more respectability about the scoreline now for Enzo Maresca and Chelsea. And I'm sure they will not take their foot off the pedal. They will want more goals, and certainly the fans will.
Well, he'll be thinking, and he'll be happy standing there with those substitutions and the impact that Cucurella's made to that second goal.
Now George. Morecambe have got to keep their heads.
It's out, it's gone over the byline.
Yet to play in the Premier League, Tyreek George. He's made 7 appearances and 3 starts in the conference. Here's the goal again.
Yeah, and that miscontrol gave Vega the opportunity to strike. It's a good save. First, the initial save here is a good one, but it comes out. And Nkunku just cool and calm with his left foot. Side foot finish into the bottom corner.
Fortunate for Callum Jones. Just shoveled that ball accidentally into the path of Vega. But now Dackers, for whom the flag eventually went up. Must have been tight.
Yeah, offside given. It wasn't a foul, it was a slip, but Dackers was just goal side, slightly offside when that ball went into the channel.
Jordan Slew is about to come on for Morecambe. We were always likely to see him at some point today. He scored in both rounds before now for Morecambe as they came past Worthing and Bradford in rounds 1 and 2. He'll be joining the game shortly. Correa. Sassi. George again swinging one over. The most accurate of crosses, although he did get the thumbs up from Jadon Sancho.
Yeah, Sancho's gone actually way into that 18-yard box beyond the penalty spot. Really that back post area, no one there for Chelsea from the George cross.
Here is Slew then. His only goals this season have come in the FA Cup. He replaces Marcus Dackers, who worked terrifically hard for the first 52 minutes here. Of course, looking for goals, so they turn to the man that scored in both rounds so far this season. Very well-travelled Football League striker, Jordan Slew. 32 years of age now. £1 million player in his day. Blackburn Rovers signed him from Sheffield United some years ago now. Talking about £1 million players feels quite quaint these days, doesn't it? Now that we've got strikers that go for 100 times that, literally. Here's Vega.
I do know how that feels there.
Here's Disassi.
Way back in 1980, was transferred for 1.25 million, and the front page of News said the game's gone mad. Now they go for 100 times that.
As we said a little earlier, it is 1.1 billion that Chelsea have spent on players in the Todd Boehly era. Those players are coming forward here. It's Felix. It's over the top.
Oh, it's a good effort. You can see he's frustrated because he hasn't hit the target. Sancho feeds him with a pass. He takes a lovely touch to set himself up for the shot. Sancho has a look, rolls it to him. The touch, the set, and then he's just trying to wind it into that top corner. just inches away.
Plenty of game time left at Stamford Bridge. Plenty of time for Chelsea to rack up another big score. And here's Edwards. Correa with a clearance. No fouls given as Gusto went down.
Gusto went down.
Game stopped now for the head injury, but he didn't give a foul.
No, that's right.
You can hear what the Morecambe fans think of it.
There's a great deal of contact on Gusto's head. He's feeling the back of his neck, but the referee didn't give a free kick.
Gusto and Cucurella on at half-time here, very much the first choice fullbacks for Maresca.
Yeah, I do think that's a game time issue. With James coming back from injury, 45 minutes under his belt, no injury picked up, or all about building those minutes for the Chelsea captain at the start of this game. On the left side, Cucurella, as you rightly say, Dan, so often he's been the one that just seems to play every game.
He's also one of Chelsea's most experienced players these days, Cucurella. He's only 26. Here's Vega. Back to George.
Well, you just feel that since that second goal, they've taken some control of this game. Chelsea, Cucurella has been influential, getting himself forward on that left-hand side.
Maresca does have Cucurella contributing in all areas this season. He's been one of their players of the campaign so far, and he's certainly making it even more difficult for Derek Adams and Morecambe here.
Well, he's made that one change. Slew coming on for Dackers, must be thinking of giving one or two other substitutes, bringing fresh legs in, just trying to keep that intensity in his team.
Tutonda. Room out wide here for Edwards. He'll take on Gusto. Got a touch to it. Corner if it goes. The referee said that it didn't.
Well, the assistant's at the top of the screen. He can't see it from his angle. It's down to the referee. He didn't feel that it had gone out. Play continues. We'll see it from here. I thought it was over the line. Edwards taking on Gusto. Yes, it's out. Corner kick. Or should have been.
Cucurella. George. Cucurella again. The difference he's made since coming on. It's Nkunku. It's Gusto's delivery. It's stopped there for Morecambe.
It's just the position that Cucurella's taken up that's caused Morecambe so many problems.
Now Jordan Slew with his first real opportunity. Crowd urging him on. He takes on Gusto. In the end, it was neither shot nor cross.
Jones is arriving at that back post, but you're right. If it's a shot, he's struck particularly with any venom. He's looking at the options in the middle. Is an attempted cross. It ends up straight into the goalkeeper's hands.
Almost 20 years in club management, Derek Adams. He's approaching 750 matches as a first-team coach in both English and Scottish football. So far, it's a very respectable showing from his Morecambe players. Starting to look a little bit tired now, though, aren't they, Morecambe?
Yeah, they just can't get to the ball as quickly as they did. Put Chelsea under the pressure that they did in the first half. They moved the ball quickly, Chelsea. It'll be very, very difficult.
Here's Sancho. Gusto in support. Vega. Tyreek George made the run. Vega almost picked him out, but Hendry read it well.
has got a double problem now. He's got George on the touchline, and he's got Cucurella standing between him and the centre half. All of a sudden, where do you defend? Really has to come narrow, defend what is the nearest to the goal, the danger. That allows George a lot of time and space out on that left-hand side, and it's putting Tullit back every time Chelsea attack down that side.
Here's Felix. Vega. Chelsea having to stay patient.
Stay patient, Dan, but they're totally in control. They're dictating the tempo, the way the game's being played. Really, if they keep moving the ball, it's going to be very difficult.
It's Cucurella!
Just wide.
Parts of the ground, thought that was in.
Yeah, if you're on the right-hand side of the ground, you think that that's crept inside that near post, but Cucurella, again, in between the centre-half. Hendry comes out to try to block. It's not his favoured side, a right foot strike. He knows it was an opportunity. He's missed hitting the target, but Cucurella been very influential since being introduced at half-time.
In a way, the tables have rather turned, because in the first half we saw Tyreek George going up against Hendry and Tullit, who were doubling up on him, and now Hendry is getting a dose of that treatment with all of these players on the left to deal with.
Yeah, they've almost pushed another player on that left-hand side, Chelsea, and they're having to go man-for-man marking, pulling Tullit back. They're taking the threat away from Tullit higher on that right-hand side for the visitors. They've almost nullified one of Morecambe's main strengths and caused a real problem. Cucurella again.
Felix. Cucurella again, picking the ball up every single time.
There's Tullit having to mark him, track him.
And now George going past Hendry, winning the corner.
Does well, Hendry, sticks to his task, denies George the chance to get to the byline and cross. But completely different proposition for him in this second half.
Chelsea have certainly created chances from these corners. It is their 6th of the match. Disasi and Tosin have often been the targets. Now Felix will deliver it right-footed, in-swinger. And it was nodded just wide by Disasi. Nkunku with the first header, I think.
Yeah, I think he flicks it on at the near post area, Nkunku, and then Disasi just trying to get on that flick on. There's the touch there. Disasi just quite get a square header on it to power it back towards the goal. Comes off the side of his head.
You can
but
see
you're
that
right, Dan. Every corner kick, Chelsea carrying a threat.
I was just going to say, you can see that they're well rehearsed, those corner routines. They're just not quite polished enough to result in goals at the moment, but the chances are coming from them. Still 80% possession in Chelsea's favour. Look at the pass accuracy as well, it's almost perfect. Here they come again with Felix. Tyreek George chasing. He's never going to catch that one.
No, and Hendry tracked the run well with George.
A frustrating season for Felix, signed in the summer, but he's among those to have been regularly sat on the bench in Premier League games. His only goal in the Premier League this season came back in August. Cucurella.
As we said, Dan, 4 of his 5 goals have come in the Europa Conference League. So the FA Cup, the opportunity today, I think he'll be really relishing that chance to stake a claim.
Here's Vega.
Premier League start.
Out to George. Disasi. Too high for Guillou. Tonda got his head on it. Sancho will keep it alive for Chelsea.
Well, then Nkunku and Guillou actually got in one another's way from the Disasi cross.
Sassi going for goal himself.
Well, that was the crowd who was telling him to shoot, and he took it on, did Disassi. It's a really wild strike, never troubling Burgoyne in that Morecambe goal.
With a move away from Chelsea this month, Disassi. He's a regular in the Premier League last season, but not under Maresca. 18-year-old Josh Achampong was selected in central defence ahead of him against Crystal Palace in the Premier League last weekend. The writing might be on the wall a little bit for Disassi.
But Dan, they have so many players that they can't all get the game time that they want.
Well, the Europa Conference League has been very good for them in that respect, and you can see how the way they've attacked that group stage of that competition, with the goals flying in from all angles. They are players that are very well motivated to want to do well in the competition, and they're certainly favourites to win it. Here's Tyreek George. Still George, Gusto arriving. Look how deep Morecambe are here. Important touch on it from White. It'll be another Chelsea corner.
Yeah, good defending from White. Track the run of George as Gusto just tries to slide him in that 18-yard box. Another Chelsea corner.
Once again, it's Felix on corner duty. Usual suspects are forward for Chelsea. Can Felix pick out this time? The answer was no one. Sancho.
Kuku was the one at the back post but couldn't make contact with a deep corner. Another corner kick.
There's no rest for this Morecambe defensive unit. They have been under constant pressure from the opening seconds of the game. It's unrelenting stuff from Chelsea.
Yeah, they're not going to let them off now. 2-0 up, totally in control of this FA Cup tie. Just looking to force the issue now, score as many goals as they can.
Another in-swinger coming up from Felix into the near post where Slew was waiting. Changes on the way for Morecambe. Harvey McAdam and Adam Lewis will be joining the game shortly. Seems that Guion Edwards has played his last. The winger having his best ever season, scoring in the EFL. He'll play no further part today. Lewis and McAdam coming on. McAdam, a former Fleetwood Town player, joined Morecambe in the summer after a year playing in the League of Ireland.
Well, Derek Adams taking off both wingers or wider players, maybe just trying to bolster that midfield area, put more bodies in there just to deny and frustrate Chelsea with fresh legs and more red shirts to protect that 18-yard box.
Tosin. Gusto. Sancho in field, surrounded by red shirts. Jadon Sancho's shot is blocked.
Yeah, Stock comes out to block the Sancho shot as he cuts in from that right-hand side.
Sancho again. It's Disassi. No shot from him this time. He finds Tyreek George. Felix let it run. Sancho. There's no room at all on the edge of that box.
Every Morecambe player within the width of the 18-yard box. You see there's very few passing avenues to go between them. The space is still wide.
Sancho. Gusto. Tried the cross. They'll have to settle for a throw, Chelsea.
Yeah, Substitute Lewis making the block on the attempted cross from Gusto.
George Correa offering himself in support. It's Vega, gives it for Tosin, crowd urging him to shoot, and he did with aplomb.
And this is a good hit. This is a hit where he has time once again to weigh it up, and he whips it brilliantly back into the near post area. I wonder if Burgoyne's thinking he's going to wind it into the far post, and he pulls it back into that near post. No deflection on this one. This is definitely Tosin's goal.
He's played a very useful part today for Chelsea. And he gets a goal which will most definitely be credited in his name.
Once again, Dan, lots of time, lots of space, and this time it's a really good hit. There's lots of red shirts in front of him. You can see he just whips it back into that near post area. That's a fabulous finish.
Well, before today, he'd only ever scored in the Conference League. And that is a measured finish from the central defender, who took it like a striker.
Well, he claimed he scored 2, but that is certainly his goal.
Chelsea now 3 goals to the good, and beyond any shadow of a doubt, heading into the 4th round of the FA Cup.
A much changed Chelsea side, but we expected them to run out easy winners. It's not been easy in respect of getting into this position, but it's a job well done to this point.
Tyreek George. Going to be a real test for Morecambe now. As heads start to drop, as legs start to get heavy.
Absolutely, a difficult task with some 20 minutes at least left in this game.
Sancho. Wiggling away from danger.
Right across the block, yeah, Sancho, clever feet on that right side.
Tosin, every time he gets the ball, the Chelsea fans are urging him to shoot.
You're on a hat-trick, or is he on a hat-trick?
Well, we'll never know until the aftermath of the game. Here's Tyreek George. It's Guiu, no room for a shot. Gusto floating one. Cucurella's header. Dropped just an inch or so too high.
Yeah, he couldn't power it, Cucurella, and in the end he almost just pops it up into the air, trying to guide it back into the far corner. Gusto cross, Cucurella header, always going over. He's made a difference in the second half since being introduced, though.
Yeah, very much so. Tosin battling with Slew. Gusto's clearance. Morecambe finished 15th in League Two last season despite financial troubles and a transfer embargo. When that was lifted in July, they brought in 15 players in one day. It's always going to take time for things to gel this season. Maybe with 2 wins in 3 games over Christmas, they will start to get themselves away from trouble at the bottom of League Two. Certainly been positives for them to take from this performance, despite the 3-0 scoreline.
Absolutely, the opening half an hour, fabulous effort from Morecambe.
Lewis with a cross. Oh, Jorgensen couldn't claim it. Not sure what happened there to the Chelsea goalkeeper, but he has been a little bit wobbly today.
He actually went for his legs, Dan. He tried to collect it. It just slid between his legs. He was fortunate.
Here's Felix. He finds the net for 4. 74 minutes gone. And now 4 goals between Chelsea and Morecambe. The scoreline does not flatter the Premier League team, as Joao Felix gets in on the fun.
Well, it wasn't the cleanest of hits from Felix, but the goalkeeper this time, I think, just loses his footing. He can't take off, and it comes after the keeper completely misread the cross. It goes through his legs, and Chelsea immediately counter-attack. Cucurella carrying the ball forward, and when Felix picks it up, probably 25 yards out, again takes a touch through lots of bodies, through legs. Not sure that the goalkeeper can even see it, and he just slips, I think, when he's trying to push off to save the attempt, and it creeps in at that near post.
7th goal of the season for Felix. Burgoyne beaten for the 4th time today. And finally, it is the sort of scoreline that Chelsea were anticipating as they came into today's game against lower-ranked opposition. Still 15 minutes or so to go here. There could be more punishment for Morecambe if they're not careful. Fans are still in full voice, though.
Oh, they've enjoyed their day, they really have. I think they've appreciated the effort that the players have put in, but it is that quality that's just come to the fore for Chelsea. When you consider 10 changes from the team that Maresca put out in the Premier League game against Crystal Palace, it just shows the strength and depth of quality that Chelsea had within their squad.
Vega. From Guillou, and then Vega found George. Felix. Chelsea just gone down a gear, I think. They're still coming forward. It's Cucurella. It's Tyreek George. Felix now. One way then the other. Felix, oh, what a fantastic goal!
Well, that is absolute top quality from João Felix. Might have been some good fortune, he didn't strike the first one that cleanly, but this is brilliant. Absolutely top class.
His 2nd goal of the afternoon, his 8th of the season. Chelsea have hit their stride in the 2nd half, and they are blowing Morecambe away.
And just watch this, the quality, the skill and the ability to finish it off. Little twist turn, angles right, finish is exquisite. Absolutely superb from João Felix. Unstoppable. And this a great angle, how he winds it outside of the post to come into the side netting. Beautiful.
Before today, he hadn't scored since November. He is among those players looking to send a message to his manager. Maybe he's done that with a quick-fire brace. Now Jordan Slew has won a corner for Morecambe, who are still plugging away in their attempts to get on the score sheet.
I thought there might have been a foul in the build-up on Songo. Referee, I think, saying he's given the advantage, and Morecambe have their first corner of the game.
Chance for Jamie Stott, maybe, who scored on New Year's Day in a vital win against Tranmere Rovers.
And the Tranmere support has been magnificent. They're cheering this like it is a goal.
The goalkeeper doesn't get there, and it's hooked away by Disasi. Philip Jorgensen has not had a good day between the sticks for Chelsea, but somehow he's still in possession of a clean sheet.
And he's really fortunate. It's McAdam who challenges him, and he actually drops the ball, the goalkeeper. There's no contact from McAdam. It's the goalkeeper that drops it, nearly drops it back into his own net. And it's Disasi that comes to his rescue.
I understand that Jorgensen has played extremely well in those Conference League games, and some have been tipping him to get past Robert Sanchez as Premier League goalkeeper for Chelsea. Not on this evidence, though, I have to say.
Absolutely, Dan.
It's Sancho. Well, it comes back to Jadon Sancho. Felix was sent flying, the referee not interested.
Well, Sancho tried to roll it into the path of Felix. There was contact right on the edge of the 18-yard line. Referee was having none of it. Just a little 1-2, and then he's just trying to roll it into the path of Felix. I think he goes to ground too easily. So McAdam, no, he does pull him back, grabs his arm. Substitute McAdam is very fortunate there.
It's another one that would have had us staring at replays for an inordinate amount of time as a video assistant referee pored over it. More changes now. Hallam Hope is coming on for a side that have very little. And will replace Callum Jones. Max Taylor is also going to get a run out at Stamford Bridge. Hope is another one of those who's played for lots of clubs in League One and League Two. And Songo is also going to depart here. As Max Taylor comes on, former Manchester United Academy player, who rose as high as the club's under-23s team. As Morecambe fans will never forget today, even if the scoreline didn't go their way. They will have been expecting that, of course. They will have been determined to make the most of today as an occasion. And they've done that.
Yeah, again, we talk about the magic of the FA Cup, a game those young Morecambe supporters will never forget. Remember for the rest of their lives that they were there that day.
Here's Axel Disasi. 8.5 minutes left in the 90 here. As Chelsea look to build on their 5-0 lead. Correa, Vega, Blues keeping the ball moving. Just wearing Morecambe out.
Yeah, they've been good at it in the second half, much better than in the first. And Morecambe weary now, you can see that.
Another Chelsea corner. Deflection on Sancho's attempted pass. Sancho seems to be enjoying his football at Chelsea under Maresca. Started many more games in recent weeks. Corner taken quickly here. Felix picking out George. Now it's Gusto. And again.
Yeah, 5 up. Completely dictating the tempo of the game. Keep the ball, keep it moving.
Trying to attempt the challenge before getting it back from George.
Yeah, substitute Taylor, just staying goal side.
Gusto. Sassi. George. Now it's Sancho.
Some really tired Morecambe legs, finding it difficult to get close to this young, energetic Chelsea side.
Morecambe conceding another corner here. And the pressure will continue right to the very end. Chelsea have been a goal-scoring machine at times this season. Took them a bit of time today to find their rhythm. They have managed to add another 5 to their total. 10th corner of the game. Beaten away by Burgoyne. Not only have Morecambe rather run out of legs here, but I think since they've been making these changes, they've sort of lost their shape a little bit as well, haven't they?
Yeah, I think It's been a really valiant effort from them, and the quality has come to the fore from Chelsea in the second half in particular. They've really carried no threat at all, the visitors, in the second period.
Lewis finding McAdam. McAdam again. Fans cheering every completed pass, and why not? Tonda has won a corner. They'll celebrate it like a goal.
Yeah, and that was well played down that left-hand side. Gusto with a sliding block to concede the corner. Maybe, just maybe late in the game.
Only been an EFL club since 2007, remember? Spent 2 years at League One level before being relegated back to League Two in 2023. The Shrimps give them really something to cheer here. Lewis's corner, won by Disassi, and then Luke Hendry put it into the crowd.
Yeah, it was a chance. It was a difficult one to execute for Hendry, slicing it off the outside of his right boot. Disassi with a clearing header, bounces up on the volley. Right underneath it, the right back.
Derek Adams and his team have got plenty to be proud about today. The scoreline, of course, never looks good on paper, 5-0, but you'd have to say that's probably par, given the assembled multi-million players in this Chelsea squad.
And it's been a very, very good cup tie. Third round Premier League side, made many changes. Second division team that are struggling, that have come here, really had a go. But as I say, that quality has come through in the end for Chelsea.
Dream always rises to the top, or so they say. Kunku among Chelsea's goal scorers today. Still trying the reverse pass. Vega. Chelsea looking to maintain control right to the end here. Over the professionals. Sancho. It's Vega.
I think we also have to say that it's a relatively young Chelsea group that are showing a real professionalism in the way that they've controlled this second half, the way that they've gone on and they've seen off the threat that Morecambe certainly carried in the first. Cucurella coming in at half-time has made a massive difference.
Tyreek George, one of those young players at 18. I know the average age is 23 in the Premier League for Chelsea. That's one of the youngest in Europe. There's McAdam for Morecambe. The average age of the Chelsea team would be even lower. Here's Hallam Hope, who's onside. Big chance, straight to the goalkeeper. What a shame for Hallam Hope and Morecambe.
Right, he almost had too much time. It was a brilliant ball delivered into his path. He was onside, had timed his run well. It was all about the finish, and there was absolutely no power in the attempt. That was Morecambe's best chance of the game.
Came right at the end for Hallam Hope. Real pity for those fans behind the goal. We'll have another go here, Hope. He's got Adam Lewis bursting into the box. It's still Hallam Hope. It's blocked. It's McAdam. It's over the top. It's all academic now, but they'd love a goal, the League Two team.
And all credit to them to keep going, to keep trying to create the odd opportunity. Hope gets himself into the 18-yard box. Shot that is deflected into the path of the other substitute, McAdam, and he just can't hit the target.
Well, we've seen a great example of what the FA Cup's all about today. Really wholehearted performance from the lower-ranked team. Chelsea will move forward, but Morecambe have created some memories and had some great moments.
Can certainly go away holding their heads up, knowing that they've given this multi-million-pound Chelsea team a cup tie to remember.
And Kunku. free kick might have been given there, but the referee was not interested. It's Kukurea back to Nkunku. 30 seconds left in normal time as Sancho takes on Tutonda. It's Jadon Sancho. Gusto driving one back in the direction of Nkunku. Sancho. Have a go himself. Sancho eventually dispossessed by White. I'm still dogged in defence. White here looking for a way out. And there is the final whistle. It finishes 5-0 Chelsea. Enzo Maresca's team comfortably heading into the draw for the 4th round of the competition after eventually finding their best against Morecambe. Tosin Aduriello, the unlikely goal-scoring hero. Definitely one goal, perhaps two. Definitely a brace for João Felix. The second of which, quite some goal from the Portuguese player. Christopher Nkunku also on target for the Blues, despite that penalty save from Harry Burgoyne in the first half of the game. Enjoyable cup tie today. Chelsea, very much the deserved winners. Perhaps the final word should go to those Morecambe fans who thoroughly enjoyed today, even if the scoreline didn't go their way. It finishes 5-0 in Chelsea's favour at Stamford Bridge.